Hey guys, welcome to this video. In this video, we will create a personal task manager web app using MERN stack. You can add this project to boost your resume. So now as you can see a dynamic look of the site, here everything updates automatically. So as we have navbar on top with an icon having effects, then on right there comes an icon and a profile section. When we click on profile setting, it takes us to the profile page. Same will happen when we click on the icon. Now from here you can change name, email and password. As you can see, it's get updated on both sidebar and navbar. Now let's open this site from the starting. So it will show you to create an account, or if you already have an account, then enter your details, as the rest of the routes are still protected. Now let's give our detail and then click sign up. It shows registration successful. You can log in. Now in login, fill the details. We have an I button to see password. Checkbox must be checked. Now click login. So now as you can see, second user is logged in and has a fresh dashboard. Now here create a new task. Fill the details. Select priority, date and click create task. Now as you can see, both having different tasks here. Now in MongoDB, go to cluster, click on browse collection. As you can see, task flow database is created here. Now task is added here having different owner ID. Now click on the user. As you can see, multiple users are present here. Object ID is same as the owner ID. So now let's add another task. Now click on pending. As you can see, pending task will be shown here, and in completed tasks are shown here. We can edit task and update task also. There are multiple filters. Once we click on circle check, task will be completed, or we can update it by edit task. This site is fully responsive for any devices. As you can see, for mobile, tablet or any other devices. Once we click on delete task, task gets deleted and layout on the right gets updated automatically. Once we click on logout, it takes us back to login. So this is all. Let's get started. Open your VS Code, go to Chrome, type white React. Click on the first link, scroll down, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Give project name Frontend. Select framework React and variant will be JavaScript. Copy this line and paste it here. Copy this npm installed to install the node packages. Then let's install Tailwind CSS. Type Tailwind in your Chrome browser. Click on framework guides. Click on using white. Copy this installed statement. Let's paste it here. Then again copy this import statement. Open your front end. Then in src we don't need app.css, remove it. And in white.config.js paste it here. Then copy this line and put a comma here and paste it here. Then copy this import statement, go to index.css and paste it here. Then copy this h1 tag, open your app.jsx, here remove this and type RAFCE and now paste it here. Change class to class name and let's type npm run dev. Now click on this. Now as you can see the Tailwind CSS is installed successfully. Now let's go to main.jsx and remove the strict mode. Now here let's type React router DOM. Click on this link, copy this line and now paste it here. Now in index.html give title task flow. Now again type npm run dev and in main.jsx let's wrap our app component into browser router. Let's cut this and paste it here. Now close all this and close the front end and let's create a folder that is backend. Now split our terminal and type cd backend. Now in backend let's create a file that is server.js. Now here let's type npm init to initialize it and create our packet.json. Package name will be same, entry point will be same. Click enter, then type yes and click enter. Now as you can see a package.json file is created here. Here we don't need this test, remove it. Now let's install multiple packages. That is, let's install Express. Express is a web framework. Then Mongoose is an ODM, object data modeling library, that is used for creating schema. Then comes NodeMon, which is a tool that automatically restarts your node server. Then comes the validator, that is used for validation, that is it's a email or anything else. Then there comes the JSON web token for creating a web token, JWT token. Then comes our course, that is a Express middleware that enables cross origins requests to your API. Then comes our .env file that helps in loading or creation of .env file. Then comes our body parser, that is a middleware that helps automatically read and converts incoming JSON or URL into JavaScript. Then comes our Bcrypt, that is a library used to securely hash password and compare them. Now as you can see all the dependencies are present here. that is bycrypt, body parser, cause.env, express, JSON web token, mongoose, and nodemon validator. Then here scroll up and type will be module. So it will convert this to ES6 model. Now here let's type import express from express library. Then let's type const app is equal to express. Then let's type const port will be process dot, let's create a file that is .env and remove this and type process.env dot port else 4000. Then let's type a middleware that will be app.use express.json. Then after this let's type node to nodemon, and here it will automatically restart the server. Let's create a folder that is config. In that type db.js file. In this we will connect our database. Let's type import mongoose from mongoose package. Let's type export const connect db is equal to, it will be an async function. Here let's create an arrow function. Then let's type await mongoose dot connect. Then let's go to Chrome. I will open a dummy Chrome to get this. Now type MongoDB. Now click on the first link. Now click on get started. Now sign in with Google. Now click on your ID, click continue. Now click on this checkbox and click submit. Now it will take some time. So now you can fill these details if you want. Now I will skip this, and here we will click on free. Now we will click on create deployment. So now it will give you a password. Change this password and never use @ and password must be small. I will give task flow 25. Now copy this and click create database user. Now click choose a method, then drivers. Now copy this URL and here paste it here. After this slash type task flow. It will be your name for your database. Now in cluster it will take some time. So till then let's type .then method and arrow function console.log db connected. Then after this close this, and here type import course from course. Then in middleware let's type app.use course. Then after this let's type import .env/config. Now here let's type app.use express.url encoded, and let's type extended will be true. These all are middlewares. Then we will create db connect. Now let's type connect DB. Now we have to import it. Now let's type import connect DB from config/db.js. Now after this, let's create a route and the port where it will listen. So let's create routes. Type app.get, put a comma, request, comma, response, and arrow function. Type request response dot send API working. Now here let's type app.listen. It will listen to the port, and arrow function console.log server started on HTTP localhost port. Now change this to backtick. Now let's type npm start. Now it says this server started on localhost 4000 and it shows API working. Now let's click on browse collection. As you can see, a sample database is present here. Now after this, let's close this and let's create our backend structure. That is, first we will create a model folder, then we will create a controller, then we will create our routes, then we will create a middleware. Now here in model, let's create a first model, that is user model.js. Here let's type import mongoose from mongoose. Then let's type const user schema. Let's create a schema for user is equal to new mongoose dot schema. Now let's type name will be type will be string, put a comma, then required will be true. So name will be string and it will be required. Now put a comma, email will be type will be string, put a comma, it will be required to, then it will be required true. It has to be unique so that we can differentiate or we can make sure no two types of same email are present here. So it will be true. Then comes the password. Type will be string and it will be required to, so it will be true. So this will be all for user schema. Then let's type const user model is equal to mongoose dot models dot user, then mongoose dot model, and let's type user, put a comma, user schema. Then after this, let's export user model, default user model. Now let's go to controller and type user controller .js. Now here let's type import user from models user model.js. Now let's create a first controller, that is register function. Let's type export async function register user. Let's type request comma response and let's type const name, email and password. We will be getting this from request.body. Now after this we will check if name is not present or email is not present or if password is not present, then we will type return response.status will be 400.json method, and in this we will type success will be false and message will be all fields are required. Now after this let's type if validator, and let's import validator here. Let's type import validator from validator package. Then if validator dot is email, that is email, it will check if email is email. Then if email is not email, then response.status will be 400.json and success will be false and message will be invalid email. Then after this let's type if password length is less than 8, then return response.status will be 400.json method, and we will type success will be false, put a comma, and message will be password must be at least 8 characters. Now after this let's create a track block. If await user dot find one, then we will find it user by email. Then let's type return response.status 409.json method. If the user is found, then it will show the message false and message will be user already exist. So it will basically check if the user is already existing or not. Then after this type const hashed is equal to await bcrypt dot hashed password, put a comma, at salt will be 10, salt value will be 10. Let's import bcrypt from bcrypt package. Then after this let's type const user is equal to await user dot create, name will be name, then it will have email, and password will be hashed password. It will be hashed. Now after this hashed and this hash is same. Then after this const, we will create a token, that is token is equal to create token. Then here user dot underscore ID. Now let's type response dot status 201 dot JSON method, and message success will be true, and message will be not passed. It will be passing token comma user will be user ID. ID will be user dot underscore ID, and name will be name user dot name, and password will be email will be email user dot email, then in catch block we will type error console.log error, then response.status will be 500.json, and it will type success will be false, and it will show a message that is server error. So this function will basically create a new user. So now let's import JWT from JSON web token, and let's create a token that is const JWT secret is equal to process.env dot JWT secret, else your JWT secret here. Then type const. Here you can type anything in the place of your JWT secret here. Then type const token expires in 24 hours. You can give any value according to your choice. Then let's type const create token user ID is equal to an arrow function jwt.sign, and type ID will be user ID. Put a comma, type JWT secret, put a comma, expires in token expires. So it will give expires in 24 hours. So now after this, let's create our login function. Let's create our login function so that a user can log in. Let's type export async function comma login user request comma response, and let's type const email comma password. This will be required from the body or the request body. If email or password is not found, then return response.status 400.json, and in this let's type success will be false, and message will be email and password required. Then after this, in try block, let's type const user is equal to await user dot find 1. We will find the user from email, and then after this, if user not found, then we will type return response.status will be 401, then .json success will be false as user is not found, and message will be invalid credentials. Then type const match. If password matches, await bycrypt dot compare method. So it will compare password comma hashed user dot password. So it will compare the password from user password. If not matched, then return response.status 401.json method success will be false and message will be, let's copy this message and paste it here. As password does not matches, then it's also a invalid credentials. Const token will be create token if user dot id. So response dot json success will be true and we will pass token comma user will be id will be user dot underscore id, put a comma, name will be user dot name, put a comma, email will be user dot email, and after this in catch block error, and let's copy this response this catch block and paste it here. Now after this, as you can see, it's a login function. Now after this, let's create get current user function. So let's type export async function get current user request comma response, and then let's type let's create a try catch block. In try block, let's type const user is equal to await user dot find by id. So in this we will be finding it from the id by using the user id from the request body dot select method, and let's type name, email. Then after this, if user is not present, then return response.status 400.json, and here success will be false and message will be user not found. If the user ID is not present, then it's not found. Then response.json success will be in else block, success will be true and user will be found and it will be passed from here. Then in catch block, let's type error, and here let's copy this catch block and paste it here. Catch block remains the same, as if the error happens, it will show server error. Now after this, let's create update user by update user profile. So these functions are basically for the front end part. Let's type export async function update profile use profile. Let's type request comma response, and here let's type const name comma email will be required from request.body. Then after this, if name is not present or email is not present, then also if it is not validator dot is email, as it will be checking that email is email or not. If it is not, then return response dot status 400 dot json method, and let's type success will be false, put a comma, message will be valid email and name and email required. Then after this, in try and catch block, in try block let's type const exist. If the user exists, then await user dot find one using email. We will always find anyone using email, else we will use id, that is request dot user dot id. So if email and id is present, then it will exist. If exist, then return response dot status 409 dot json method, and let's type success will be false and message will be email already exist, email already in used by another account. So if the user exists, it will show that email is used by another account. If not, then const user is equal to await user dot find by id and update. In this, request dot user dot id, then name will be name comma email, and after this let's type new will be true, put a comma, run validator will be true, and select will be name comma email. So in this, it will find using request dot user id and update. Then it will give a response, that is success will be true and user will be pass here, updated user will be pass here. Then in cache block, now let's copy this cache block and paste it in here. Now after this, let's create change password function. So this function is also for the front end. Export async function update password request comma response. Now let's type const current password comma new password is equal to request dot body. So this data will be fetched from the request body. Then if current password or new password is not present, then also new password dot length is less than 8, then return response.json method error 400.json, type will be success will be false, and message will be password invalid or too short. Now after this, let's create a try block. In that, type const user is equal to await user dot find by id request dot user dot id dot select password. Then if user is not present, then return response.status 404.json. Then here let's type success will be false and message will be user not found. So after this, in this, if the user is not present, then it shows the error user not found. Then const match is equal to await bcrypt dot compare method current password comma user dot password. If password doesn't matches, then return response dot status, that will be 401.json. Now type success will be false and message will be current password incorrect, as the password doesn't matches. Then user dot password is equal to await bcrypt dot hash new password comma 10, add salt 10, salt value will be 10 here. Then after this, await user dot save method, then response.json will be success will be true and message will be password changed. Now after this, let's copy this cache block and after this paste it here. So now our controller is completed. Now let's go and create our route, that is user route.js. Here let's type import express from express package. Then let's type const user router is equal to express dot router. Then after this, let's create some public routes and some private routes. Then in public route, let's create user router dot post method and it will be slash register we will pass register user. It will be imported from user controller. Now on this route we will pass register user. Then user router dot post method again. It will be slash login. Put a comma and let's pass login user. So on this route login user will be present here. Then after this let's create some private routes. User router dot get method slash me and let's type get current user. Then user router dot put method for update, and the put method will be on slash profile and it will be update profile. Then after this on this method get will be give you your current user and put will be update. Now user router dot put again a put method to update password, then it will pass update password. Now to make them private links, let's add some protect auth middleware. So let's type in middleware auth.js. Now here let's type import JWT from JSON web token. Now after this let's type import user from models slash user model dot js. Now after this let's copy this, as JWT secret has to be same in auth also. So paste it here. Now after this let's type export default async function, then type auth middleware and here let's type request comma response comma next. Then here let's first grab the bearer token from auth authorization header. So here it will grab some bearer token from the header. So const auth header is equal to request dot headers dot auth authorization. Then if auth header is not present or auth header dot state starts with bearer, if it's not present or it starts with bearer, then return response dot starts status will be 401 dot JSON, and here let's type success will be false and message will be not authorized token missing. So basically this function will see if the token starts with bearer or not, and if not then it will show not authorized and token missing. Then after this let's type const token is equal to auth header dot split and give a gap and outside give 1. Then let's type, now let's create another thing, that is verify and attach the user object. So let's type try and catch block, and in try block let's type const payload is equal to jwt dot verify token comma jwt secret const user is equal to await function, await keyword, and user dot find by id payload dot id dot select minus password. Then here and here it has to be selected by password. If user is not found, then return. So user will be found by payload ID, and if it's not found, then status will be 401, JSON success will be false, and message will be user not found. So if token and JWT secret in payload is not present, then it will be not found. Then request dot user, then next, and let's close this. In cache block let's make ERR and let's type console.log JWT verification failed, and let's pass error. Then return response.status will be 401.json, and success will be false, and message will be token invalid or expired. So now here this status and this function is ready. So now our middleware is ready. Now add it here to protect this. Type auth middleware. So now let's import it. Now type import and paste it here from /middleware/auth.js. So now after this let's copy this auth middleware and paste it here and paste it here. So these routes are also protected now. So without token you can't access these routes. So now after this let's close this and go to server.js, and in routes let's type app.use. Then let's type /API/user and let's pass user router. Then let's import this user router. Here let's type import user router from ./routes/user-router.js. Now after this it shows app crash. So the error is user controller in controller user-router.js. Now let's go to user router and here let's type .js. So now it shows import user router as an error. So we haven't exported the user router. So first we have to export default user router. So now it shows it is successfully working. Now let's copy this URL. Now go to our Thunder client. Now you can install this using the extension of Thunder client. Let's in extension type Thunder client, and now here you can install this Thunder client to test your API and calls, your API calls. So now click on new request here, paste it here. Now in server.js, copy this route and now go and paste it here. Now slash, go to your router, and in register, let's copy this and paste it here. Now in body, now let's lower this and let's type name will be hexa, put a comma, email will be hexa@gmail.com. This is a dummy data. Then password will be any password you want to test and send it. So it shows an error, that is cannot get. So this route, then we have to change the method as it's a get, and we have to create a post method. Now once we click on this, once we hit send, it shows the message success. A token is generated. A user having ID, name will be hexa, and email will be hexa@gmail.com. Now let's change it to login, and in login let's remove this and let's remove name, and here let's pass this again. Now as you can see, a new token is generated here. The ID is remain same, name and email is present here. Now let's go to Chrome, and in MongoDB let's refresh this. Now you can see a task flow is present here. Now click on user. Now as you can see, a new database user, a user in your database is stored here. Now we don't need that sample, so now drop this database. Now in task flow, a new data is present there. So now let's close all this. Now in model, let's create another model, that is task model.js. Now here let's type import mongoose from mongoose, and then let's type const task schema. So we will create a schema for task. There will be new mongoose.schema. Now let's type title will be, type will be string, put a comma, it will be required, so it will be true. And after this, description type will be string, put a comma, it will be default will be empty. Then let's type priority will be, type will be string, and enum will be, we will type low, it will be medium, it can be medium, it can be high, but for default it will be low. So now after this, put a comma and let's type due date will be, type will be date, Now after this, let's type owner will be type will be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. So this id will be getting from the user. So users, that will be reference, and it will be required will be true. So after this, completed will be type will be boolean as it's true or false. Default it will be false. After this, we need created at, then it will be type will be date, and for default it will be date dot now. Now after this, let's create const task is equal to mongoose dot model dot task or mongoose dot model then task comma task schema. So this schema will be stored in task in your database. Now export default task. So this is the schema we need for the task model. These all data must come from the front end. So we will be requiring all these. So this user will give the owner value, and here completed will be boolean, and it will give a date when the route is created. So in controller, let's create task controller.js. Now here let's type import task from task model. Now here let's create a new task. So we will create a new task function, that is export const create task is equal to an async function. We will type request comma response, and let's create an arrow function. Here let's type try catch block. In try block, let's type const title comma description comma priority comma due date comma completed is equal to request dot body. This data will be fetched from the request body. Now after this, const task is equal to new task. Then let's type title, put a comma description, put a comma priority, put a comma due date. So this task will be a new task which will have these data in it, due date not data, and completed, put a comma, completed will be completed is equal to yes, then completed is equal to true, put a comma here, and let's type owner will be request dot user dot id. So it will directly fetch from user id. So now this task will have these data in it. So now after this, let's type const saved is equal to await task dot save, then response dot status will be 201.json method. Success will be true, put a comma, it will give pass task will be saved. So that saved will have the task, and in catch block type response.status will be 400.json. Success will be false, put a comma, message will be error.message. Now after this, so this is all we need to create a task. So let's now create, after creating a task, let's get all tasks for logged in user. So if a user is logged in and he has multiple tasks, let's get all of them. So let's type export const get task is equal to async function request comma response and arrow function, and let's type try catch block, and in try block let's type const task is equal to await task dot find owner. So if the owner, that will be coming from user.id request.user.id .short method, then it will be created at -1. So the owner will be getting, we will be getting owner from request.user.id, that will be coming when the user is created. So request, then response.status will be, then response.json will be success will be true, put a comma, let's pass task. So if we find it, we will give success will be true and we will pass task. If not, then in catch block let's pass error. Change status to 500. So this is all to get a task for that particular user. So now these tasks will be passed here. So now after this, let's create get single task by ID. Must belong to that particular user. So then for this function, let's type export const get task by ID is equal to async function request comma response and arrow function. Now in try and catch block, now in try block let's type const task is equal to await task dot find one. So we will find it by ID underscore ID. This ID will be coming from the MongoDB ID. So request.params.id comma owner will be request.user.id. So if task is not present, then return response.status will be 404.json method, and let's type success will be true, success will be false, as it's not present, and message will be task not found. So here the task is not found. If not found, then the message will be task not found. If ID or owner ID doesn't find it, doesn't found. So now response.json method success will be true, and we will pass the task. If it's founded in else block, it will be founded, so it will be success, and we will pass the task here. So here let's copy this response status and paste it here. Now here change error to ERR. Now after this, let's create and update a task by ID. So let's type export const update task is equal to async function request comma response, an arrow function. Then let's create a try catch block. Then in catch block remove ERR, type ERR, and in try block type const data is equal to required dot body request dot body if data dot completed is not equal to undefined. Then data dot completed is equal to data dot completed is equal to yes, else or data dot completed is equal to true. So if data is undefined, if is not undefined, then data dot complete will be yes or it will be true. So then const updated is equal to await task dot find by ID and update, find one and update using ID, MongoDB ID, and request dot params dot ID, put a comma, owner will be request dot user dot ID, put a comma, we will pass data, and then new will be true, put a comma, run validator will be true. So after this, we will update the task using these things, that is ID and owner ID. We will update data. Then after this, it's if update is not happening, then it's not find or is not updated, then response dot status will be 404, JSON method success will be false, put a comma, message will be task not found or not yours. If it's not updated, then the task is not found or it will be not yours, as your ID does not matches the owner ID. If this not happens, then it will give success and task will be updated. So it will return true if this doesn't happen. So after this, in catch block, let's copy this catch block and paste it here. So now after this, let's create a delete a task function. So for that also we will need the ID as well as the owner ID. Let's type export const delete task is equal to async function request comma response an arrow function. Let's create a try catch block, and in try block let's remove and make it err, and let's type in try block, let's type const delete is equal to await task dot find one and delete id underscore MongoDB ID will be request comma params dot id. Put a comma owner as we need owner ID also. Owner request dot user dot id. So now after this, if not deleted, then return response dot status will be 404. JSON will be success will be false. Put a comma. Message will be task not found or not yours. As if the ID or owner ID doesn't matches, then it's not yours or the task is not found. Then response dot JSON will be success will be true. Put a comma. Message will be task deleted. So now after this, if it's not found, then it will show task not found and not yours. And if it's found in else block, it will return the message true and it will say the message task deleted successfully. So now in catch block, let's copy this and paste it here. So our task controller is completed successfully. So now let's close this, and in routes let's create task route.js. Now let's type import express from express. Now after this, let's type const task router is equal to express dot router. Now after this, let's type task router dot route slash gp. You can give any name here you want. Just remember that it will work for that route, that route only. Dot get method auth middleware, it will be imported successful here. It is imported here. .js and put a comma, and we will pass get task. So we have to import get task. Import get task from get task add s from controller slash task controller.js. So after this, on the same route, we will also add post method auth middleware comma create task. So now after this, on the same route, we will give two requests, that is get and post both. So after this, we will type task router dot route, and here we will add slash id slash gp. Then let's give a get method auth middleware get task by ID, then dot put for update, auth middleware, update task, and then dot delete method to delete any task. It will be delete task. So now let's export this task router. So let's type export default task router. So now after this, let's close this, and in server.js, let's type app.use, and here we will type /API/task, put a comma, and here let's type task router. So now in terminal, now as you can see, there is an error, that is task model. So in route, in controller, we have to add .js. So it's working fine. So now let's close all this and go to, let's copy this route, and first let's copy this URL as it shows API working successfully. So go to Thunder client, click on new request and paste it here. So now after this, let's go and copy this and paste it here. Remove one slash here and add one slash and type, go to routes and /gp. Now here after this slash, add gp. Now it will be a post method, so we have to type post method. Now this dummy data is present in the drive link. You can download it, as well as it is present on GitHub also. So it shows not authorized token missing after we hit send method. So first we have to log in. So login, we have a token here. Let's copy this, or let's hit again and let's copy this latest token, and now go to header. Let's remove this, and here let's type authorization. Now here in value type bearer and space and paste your token here. Now in body, let's send it here. So now it shows success true, and here task spelling is wrong. So now here we have written wrong, so make it task. Now let's go to MongoDB and refresh it. So let's log in again using Google. Now as you can see, our task is present here, task schema, and in this we have seen that it's present here. Delete it, and again here let's again hit send. So it shows task, and let's refresh it again. Now as we can see, the task is present here with the owner ID. This ID is the same as the object ID. So after this, now this ID is different. This ID is of the task ID. So here let's again, after this, let's go here and let us create and register another user, that is, then name will be HDS. short form of Hexagon Digital Services. It shows an error. The error is that we have to put a comma here. Then it shows the user already exists as we haven't changed the email here. Change it to hds@gmail.com. Now it shows a new token is ready here. Then let's log in again. Now our token is generated here. Let's copy this token and here in header, now let's change first so that it shows something different. Complete task. Tomo. In header, let's remove this and let's type bearer and paste the new token here. Send it here again. So now once we refresh in MongoDB, another task will be created. So now as you can see, a second task is created, that is complete task Tomo, and we have a second owner which is not similar to the first one. So now as we can see in user, there are two different users. So now let's go back to task, and here in task route, let's use this, and first let's delete or let's update first. Now here let's add this ID and paste it here. Make a slash here. First let's put method. Let's update this. Make medium to high and let's send it here. Now the priority changes to high. Once we refresh it here, the priority changes to high. Now as you can see, it changes to high. Now after this, once we click on delete, it shows the task deleted successfully. So now this is working fine. Let's close all this. And now in front end, now our backend is fully completed. So now let's create our front end. So for front end, let's split our terminal. First, it's working fine. Now split our terminal. Let's type cd front end and npm run dev. Now go to white and refresh it here. Now let's close this also. Now let's close the MongoDB from here. So now let's create an src. Let's create a folder that is pages and another folder that is components. Now in components, let's create our first file that is navbar.jsx, and in pages, let's create our first file that is dashboard.jsx. Now close this. Now type rafce in navbar. Go to app.jsx. Let's import our navbar here. Let's type navbar. And now let's create our navbar. Now open a header tag, give class name. It will be sticky, top will be 0, z index will be 50, pg will be white /90, backdrop blur will be medium, shadow will be small, border B, border grace 200, font will be sans. Now create a div, give class name. It will be flex, item center, justify between. Padding from X will be 4, padding from Y will be 3. For medium screen, padding from X will be 6, and for max width will be 7XL, MX Auto. Let's create our logo section. Let's create div, give class name, flex, item center, gap will be 2, cursor pointer, group. Now on click, an arrow function, navigate to slash. Now give this to logo. Now here type const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. Now here let's import this navigate hook. Now copy this and paste it here and type from React router DOM. Now after this let's create logo. Now create a div, give class name, position will be relative, width will be 10, height will be 10, flex, item center, justify center, rounded will be XL, BG gradient to bottom right, from fuchsia 500 via purple 500 to indigo 500. Now shadow will be large, group hover, shadow purple 300/50, group hover scale 105, transition all, duration will be 300. Now in this, let's go to Chrome and let's install Luciad React. Now open this first link and copy this command here, paste it in your terminal. Now go back and click on installation, click on icons. Now here type zap. Now click on this link icon and copy this import statement. Click on React and import this right here. Now type npm run dev. Now type zap, give class name to the icon, width will be 6, height will be 6, text white. Now as you can see, it's present here. Now after this, let's create a div and close this div right here. Give class name, position will be absolute, minus bottom will be 1, minus middle will be 1, width will be 3, height will be 3, BG white, rounded full, shadow will be MD, animate will be pink. Now after this, let's create our brand name. Now type a span tag, give class name, text will be 2XL, font will be extra bold, BG gradient to R, from fuchsia 500 to purple 500, via purple 500 and to indigo 500. Now BG clip text, text transparent, tracking wide. Now after this, type task flow. Now as you can see, it's present here and a blinking icon is present here. Now after this, let's create our right side. Create a div, give class name flex, item center, gap will be 4. Now create a button tag, give class name, padding will be 2, text gray 600, hover text purple 500, transition colors, duration will be 300. Now hover, BG will be pink 50, make it purple 50, rounded will be full. Now here, after this, on click, an arrow function, navigate to /profile. Now after this, let's type setting icon, it will be imported. Now give class name, width will be 5, height will be 5. Now as you can see, it's present here. Then after this, let's create a user drop down menu. So now create a div, ref will be menu ref, give class name, position will be relative. After this, create a button tag, on click and handle menu toggle, give class name flex, item center, gap will be 2, padding from x axis will be 3, padding from y axis will be 2, rounded full, cursor will be pointer, hover, BG purple 550, transition color, duration will be 300. Border transparent, however border will be purple 200. Now after this, create a div tag, give class name, position will be relative. Then user dot avatar, if found, then image will be user avatar, and alt it will be avatar. Give class name, width will be 9, height will be 9, rounded full, shadow will be small. In else, let's type div, give class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, flex item center, justify center, rounded full, BG gradient to BR, bottom right, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600, text will be white, font will be semi bold, shadow will be medium. Now here let's type user dot name, if found at 0 dot 0 index dot 2 uppercase, else u. So if the username is found, then it will show this. There is a error, menu ref. Now here let's type const menu ref is equal to use ref hook, value will be null. Now let's type const menu open comma set menu open is equal to use state, value will be false. Now after this, let's type const handle. Now let's copy this handle menu toggle and paste it here, and let's create a arrow function and type set menu open will be previous is not will be not previous. Now refresh it. Says user is not defined. So user will be coming from layout, so it will take some time. Till then, let's create our layout. Give class name to the div, absolute, minus bottom will be 0.5, minus right will be 0.5, width will be 3, height will be 3, BG green 400, rounded full, border 2, border white, animate will be pulse. Now after this div, let's create a div, give class name, text will be left, it will be hidden, for medium screen it will be block. So create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, font will be medium, text gray 800. Now let's pass user dot name. Now another paragraph tag, give class name, text will be extra small, text gray 500, font will be normal. Now let's pass user dot email. So after this, let's create an icon, chevron down, then give class name, backtick, width will be 4, height will be 4, text gray 500, transition transform, duration will be 300. Now after this, let's type menu open. If it is, then rotate 180 degree, else it will be not rotated. Now close this icon. Now let's type menu open and let's create a UL tag, give class name, position will be absolute, top will be 14, right will be 0, width will be 56, BG will be white. Now rounded will be 2XL, shadow will be XL, border purple 100, Z index will be 50, overflow will be hidden, animate will be fade in. Now after this, let's create an li tag, give class name, padding will be 2. Let's create button, give class name, on click, an arrow function, type set menu open will be false, and then name navigate will be /profile. Now after this, give class name, width will be full, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y-axis will be 2.5, text left hover bg purple 50, text will be small, text gray 700, transition colors, then flex item center, gap will be 2, group. Now it will be, the role of this will be menu item. Now give the icon settings, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, text gray 700. Now after this, let's type profile setting. Now after this, let's create an li tag, give class name, padding will be 2. Let's create a button, on click, let's type handle log out, give class name, flex, width will be full, item center, gap will be 2, rounded large, padding from x-axis will be 3, padding from y-axis will be 2, text will be small, hover bg red 550, text red 600. Now let's pass another icon, log out, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, then let's type log out. Now let's create this, let's type here const, paste it here, an arrow function, now type set menu open will be false, and on logout, now let's go to app.jsx, remove this, and let's type routes, and then let's type route, path will be / element will be, now let's type const here, navigate is equal to use navigate hook. Now let's type const current user comma set current user is equal to use state, now an arrow function, now here let's type const stored is equal to local storage get item to current user, so it will get stored from the local storage, the current user will be fetched from there, then return stored json.parse method stored, else it will be null. So in this it will fetch current user from local storage. Now use effect hook, and let's create an arrow function, if current user is founded, then local storage dot set item will be current user, json method dot stringify current user, then in else block we will type local storage dot remove item current user, put a comma, current user will be passed here. Now after this, const handle auth submit is equal to data, an arrow function, const user is equal to email will be data dot email, put a comma, name will be data dot name, else it will be user, then avatar will be, now let's go to dummy.jsx, You can find this by the given link below. Here is your backend testing data, dummy data, and these are the CSS classes which we'll be using for the rest of the project. So now let's copy this avatar and paste it here. Only the avatar, and paste it here. Now type set current user will be user, and navigate will be slash, put a comma, replace true. So now after this, let's create const handle logout is equal to an arrow function. Let's type local storage dot remove item token. Set current user will be null. Then navigate to slash login. Put a comma, replace will be true. So here it will remove the token when we click on logout. Now let's create a file, that is layout.jsx, and let's type rafce. Now in app.jsx, let's type const protected layout is equal to an arrow function. Let's import layout. Give pass user is equal to current user, and on logout it will be handle logout. Let's close this, and in this let's type outlet. So now here in element let's type layout, and let's close this route. Now after this, let's create a route. Path will be slash login. Element will be div, and in this div give class name. It will be fixed. Insert 0, PG black, BG opacity will be 50. It will be flex item center, justify center. Now let's create another component, that is login.jsx. Now here let's type rafce. Now here again create a signup.jsx and type rafce snippet. So now close this, and now after this let's import login, and let's pass on submit is equal to handles auth submit, and on switch mode is equal to an arrow function navigate slash sign up. Now close this icon, close this route. Now navbar, remove this, and let's import login from component slash login. Now after this, let's close this route. Now copy this route and paste it here. Now change this to sign up, and change this, copy this and paste it here. Now change login to sign up. Now in layout, let's be it, and there is error, sign up is not defined, app.jsx. Now scroll up, and here let's type import sign up from slash component slash sign up. Now let's check. As you can see, layout is successfully imported here. Now let's go and let's create our layout. Let's type a div, give class name min screen height, min height screen BG gray 50. Let's type navbar, user will be user, and on logout it will be on logout. Let's pass this correctly. Now close this navbar here, and here let's import navbar from /navbar. Now let's refresh this. It says user is not defined. So let's define the user in app.js. Let's copy this logout and paste it here as a prop, and then user and paste it here. So now after this, in menu let's break here user comma on logout. Now user will be empty. Now as you can see, it's working fine. Now we can see this. Now after this, let's close this, and here let's create a component that is sidebar.jsx. Let's type RFCE. Now import sidebar to layout and pass user will be user and task will be task. Now close this sidebar, and here let's type const task comma set task is equal to use state, and in this it will be empty array. Then let's create a div, give class name. Margin left will be 0. For Excel screen, margin left will be 64. For larger it will be 64. For medium, margin left will be 16. Padding from top will be 16. Padding will be 3. For smaller screen, padding will be 4. For medium, it will be 4. Transition all, duration will be 300. Now let's create another div tag, give class name grid. Grid calls 1. For Excel screen, grid calls 3. Gap will be 4. For smaller screen, gap will be 6. Now let's create a div, give class name. For extra large screen, call span 2. Space from y axis will be 3. For smaller screen, space from y axis will be 4. Let's type outlet. Context will be task comma refresh task will be fetch task. Now let's close this, and here let's type const loading comma set loading is equal to use state, it will be true. Now let's type const error comma set error is equal to use state null. So then type const fetch task is equal to use callback hook. It will be an async function. Let's create an arrow function. Let's type set loading will be true. Then set error will be null. Then after this, let's create a try catch block. Then in try block, let's type const token is equal to local storage dot get token get item. It will be token. So we will fetch token from local storage. If token is not founded, throw new error. It will be not auth token found. Then const data is equal to await function, await keyword, and here let's terminate this and let's type npm I axios to use the routing from the backend. To merge backend to frontend, we will need axios here. Dot get method. Now here let's import axios from axios package. Now axios.get method. Now here let's copy this URL for the backend, and here let's go to our backend server routes, and here let's copy this and paste it here. Now give /gp. This gp is coming from this route, and it's a post method or it's a get method, so we will type it as a get. Now in headers we will pass authorization, that is our bearer $token, which we have seen earlier in the backend part. As you can see, it's present here. Now after this, let's type const array is equal to array dot is array, then data if found data, else array is array data dot task, and then data dot task, else data is array is array data dot data dot data, else it will be empty array. Set task array. So in catch block, let's type console dot log error. We will console error dot, then set error, it will be error dot message, or could not load task. So in this we will fetch the token. If found, it will get the data, else it will not. If error dot response dot status is equal to 401, then on logout finally set loading will be false. Now after this, as you can see, a sidebar is here. Now put a comma and pass on logout. Now use effect hook and let's create an arrow function. Fetch task will be and fetch task Now after this, let's type const stats is equal to use memo. Now create an arrow function, type const completed task is equal to task dot filter t an arrow function t dot completed task completed is equal to true, or t dot completed is equal to 1, or t dot type of t dot completed is equal to string, and t dot completed dot to lower case is equal to yes. So it will basically check all the ways that the task is completed or not. Dot length, correct this const here. Let's type const total count is equal to task dot length. Then const pending count is equal to total count minus completed task. Const completion percentage is equal to total count question mark math dot round function, let's type completed task slash total count percent into 100%. Wait. Type 0, else it will be 0. Return total count, comma, completed task, comma, pending count, comma, completion percentage. Now after this, put a comma here and let's type task here. Now let's type const stat card is equal to title, comma, value, comma, icon, then an arrow function, and here after this we are creating statistics card on the right side. So let's type div, give class name this, and then div, give class name flex, item center gap of 2, a div, give class name padding will be 1.5, rounded will be large, bg gradient to br, from fuchsia 500/10 to purple 500/10, group hover from fuchsia 500/20 to group hover to purple 500/20. Now after this, let's pass icon. Then after this div, let's create a div, give class name, min width will be 0, a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be large, for smaller screen text will be Excel, font will be bold, PG gradient to R, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600, BG will be clip text, text will be transparent, then value will be passed here. Then after this, create another paragraph tag, give class name, text will be extra small, text gray 500, font will be medium, and let's pass title. So now after this, let's close this and let's create loading. So if loading is happening, then we will show. If loading is happening, return div, give class name min height screen, bg gray 550, flex, item center justify center. Let's create a div and close this right here. Give class name animate spin, rounded full, height will be 12, width will be 12, border T2, border B2, then border purple 500. Now if in case of error, then if error is found, then return or create a div, give class name min height screen, bg gradient to bg gray 50, padding will be 6, flex item center justify center. Another div, give class name bg red, text red 600, padding will be 4, rounded Excel, border will be border red 100, then max width will be medium. Now let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, font will be medium, margin bottom will be 2. Let's type error loading task. Another paragraph tag, give class name, text will be SM. Let's pass error. Now this error will be passed here. So now let's create a button tag, give on click, let's type fetch task, give class name, margin top will be 4, padding from y axis will be 2, padding from x axis will be 4, bg red 100, text red 700, Then rounded will be large, text will be small, font will be medium. Hover, BG red 200, transition color. Let's type try again. So now after this, now as you can see, it's present here. As no auth token is found, as we haven't logged in or created that. Let's create a div, give class name for extra large screen, call span 1, space from y will be 2, for smaller it will be 6. Another div, give class name bg white, rounded XL, padding will be 4, for smaller screen padding will be 5, shadow will be small, border purple 100. Then let's create an h3 tag, give class name, text will be base, text large, font will be semi bold, margin bottom will be 3, for smaller screen margin bottom will be 4, text gray 800, flex item center, gap will be 2. Now let's pass an icon, trending up, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, for smaller screen width will be 5, for smaller screen height will be 5, text purple 500. Let's close this icon here. Now copy this icon and paste it here, and let's type import it from Lucid React. So now after this, let's type task statistic. Now after this, let's create a div, give class name grid, calls 2, gap will be 3, for smaller screen gap will be 4, margin bottom will be 4, for smaller screen margin bottom will be 6. Let's type stat card, title will be total task, value will be stats dot total count, icon will be circle, give class name, width will be 3.5, height will be 3.5, for smaller screen width will be 4, for smaller screen height will be 4, text purple 500. Let's close this icon and this card. Now copy this stat card and paste it 3 times. Now here change this to complete task. Here type completed. Now here change this to pending count and change this to pending. Then this will be changed to completion rate. And here let's type, give a percentage, and here it will change to completion percentage. Now give a dollar sign. Nice. Now after this, let's change the icons color, that is green, then fuchsia 500, and here change this icon to zap. Now we won't be able to see. So after this, let's create an HR tag, give class name, margin from y axis will be 3, for smaller it will be 4, border purple 200. Now after this, let's create a div, give class name, space from y axis will be 2, for smaller screen it will be 3, div, give class name, flex item center, justify between, text gray 700. Now let's create a span tag, give class name, text will be extra small, for smaller screen text will be small, font will be medium, flex item center, gap will be 1.5. Now after this, let's type circle, give class name, width will be 2.5, height will be 2.5, for smaller screen width will be 3, for smaller screen height will be 3, text purple 500, fill purple 500. Now after this, let's type task progress. Now after this, let's create a span tag, give class name, text will be extra small, bg purple 100, text will be purple 700, padding from x-axis will be 1.5, padding from y-axis will be 0.5, for smaller, padding from x-axis will be 2, rounded full. Now let's pass stats dot completed task slash stats dot total count. Now after this, it will give the task progress by this. Let's create a div, give class name, position will be relative, padding from top will be 1, div, give class name, flex, gap will be 2.5, make it 1.5, then item center, another div, give class name, flex, my flex will be 1, height will be 2, for smaller screen height will be 3, bg purple 100, rounded full, overflow will be hidden. Now another div, give class name, height will be full, bg gradient to right, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600, transition all, duration will be 500. Now after this, let's type style, width will be stats dot completion percentage. Now let's remove this div and close the div right here. Now after this, let's create another div, give class name, bg white, rounded will be XL, padding will be 4, for smaller screen padding will be 5, shadow will be small, border purple 100. Now create an h3 tag, give class name, text will be base, for smaller screen text will be large, font will be semi bold, margin bottom will be 3. Then for smaller screen, margin bottom will be 4. Text gray 800, flex, item center, gap will be 2. Now let's type let's give an icon clock, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4. For smaller screen, width will be 5, height will be 5. Text purple 500. Let's close this icon. Now after this, let's type recent activities. So now after this, let's create a div, give class name, space from y-axis will be 2, for smaller screen space from y-axis will be 3. Let's pass task.slice method 0,3 to show only 3 tasks, top 3. Then map task will be an arrow function. Now let's type div, give key will be task dot underscore id. Then after this, or task id, then give a class name, flex, item center, justify between, padding will be 2, for smaller screen padding will be 3, hover, bg purple 50/50, rounded large, transition colors, duration will be 200, border transparent, hover, border pink purple 100. Now let's type div, give class name, flex -1 will be 1, then min width will be 0. Give a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, font will be medium, text gray 700, break words, white space will be normal. Now let's pass task.title. Now after this paragraph tag, another paragraph tag, give class name, text will be extra small, text gray will be 500, margin top will be 0.5. Let's pass task dot created at. Then new date will be task dot created at dot to local date string 0 to local string function, else show no date. Now after this div, let's create a span tag, give class name, backtick, padding from x-axis will be 2, padding from y-axis will be 1, text will be extra small, rounded full, shrink 0, margin left will be 2. Now let's type task dot completed is checking, then bg gradient, bg green 100, text gray 700, text green 700, and in else bg fuchsia 100, text fuchsia 700. Now here let's type task dot completed, let's check, then it's done, else it will be pending. So now after this, let's type task dot length is equal to 0, and let's create a div, give class name, text center, padding from y will be 4, for smaller screen padding from y axis will be 6, padding from x axis will be 2, div, give class name, width will be 112, height will be 12, for smaller screen width will be 16, for smaller screen height will be 16, mx auto, for smaller screen margin bottom will be 4, rounded full, bg purple 100, flex, item center, justify center. Now let's pass an icon, clock, give class name, width will be 6, height will be 6, for smaller screen width will be 8, height will be 8, then text purple 500, let's close this icon here, and after this let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, text gray 500. Now let's type no recent activity. Now another paragraph tag, give class name, text will be extra small, text gray 400, margin top will be 1. Now let's type task will appear here. So now layout is complete. Now let's create our sign up. Now let's type here div, give class name, max width will be medium, width will be full, bg will be white, shadow LG, border purple 100, rounded XL, padding will be 8. Another div, give class name, margin bottom will be 6, text center. Div, give class name, width will be 16, height will be 16, bg gradient to bottom right, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600, rounded full, mx auto, flex, item center, justify center, margin bottom will be 4. Now let's pass an icon, user plus, give class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, text will be white. Let's close this icon, and after this let's create an h2 tag, give class name, text will be 2XL, font will be bold, text gray 800. In heading let's type create account. Now after this a paragraph tag, give class name, text gray 500, text will be small, margin top will be 1. Now here let's type join task flow to manage your task. Now after this div let's type message, and here let's type const API URL is equal to HTTP. Now let's go to Chrome and let's copy this URL and paste it here. Now type const initial form is equal to name put a comma, email will be put a comma, password will be empty string. So now let's refresh this. Trending up. So now let's open this, change it to N. The spelling is mistaken here. Trending up, not reading up. So now let's refresh it. Now the error is same. So now let's close this. Now after this, let's remove this from here and paste it outside the sign up. Now here let's type const form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Now here initial form. Now after this, copy this and paste the icon. Type import, paste the icon here. Now in the dummy.jsx, now as you can see, the different CSS classes are present here. So we need the input wrapper here. First paste it here from /asset/dummy. Now after this, let's type const loading comma set loading is equal to use state false. After this, const message comma set message is equal to use state, value will be text will be empty, then type will be empty string. Now then type message.text and create a div, give class name message dot type is equal to success, then message success else message error. Now this class will be put it there, and for error this class will be put it there. So now after this, let's type message.text. So now after this, let's create a form tag, and on submit is equal to handle submit. Now give class name space from y-axis will be 4. Now let's type fields dot map function. Now let's type name comma type comma placeholder comma icon will be icon. Now an arrow function, and let's type. Now first you can see the field dummy data is present here. Name, type, placeholder and icon all are present here. Now here let's type a div, key will be name, class name will be initial input wrapper. Now icon tag and give class name text purple 500, width will be 5, height will be 5, margin right will be 2. Now let's create our handle submit. Let's type const, paste it here. It will be an async function. Now axios dot remove axios, and let's type an event, an arrow function, e dot prevent default to stop from reloading the page. Set loading will be true, set message will be text will be empty string comma type will be empty string. Now after this, in try and catch block, let's type in try block, let's type const data is equal to await axios dot get method put post method and backtick dollar API URL slash, let's go to route server and here let's copy this API slash user route as we have tested earlier in the backend. For register, let's paste it here. Here let's put a comma and type form data. So on this route, it will be a post method. So now console.log sign up successful. Put a comma data. Now set message will be text will be registration successful, you can now log in. Put a comma, type will be success. Now after this, set form data, initial form data. So in this catch block, let's type console.error, sign up error and pass error. Set message will be, text will be error dot response, put a question mark dot data dot message or an error occurred, please try again later. Type will be error. So now after this, finally set loading will be false. So now after this icon, let's create an input tag. Type will be type, value placeholder will be placeholder, then value will be form data, pass name, then on change e and arrow function set form data will be dot 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 form data comma name will be e dot target dot value. So now after this, let's give a class name. Width will be full, focus will be, outline will be none, text will be small, text gray 700. So now after this, it will be required. So after this, let's create a button tag. Give type of the button will be submit. Give a class name, button classes, disabled is equal to loading. Now after this, let's pass loading, sign up, signing up, else user plus give class name to the icon, width will be 4, height will be 4. Let's type sign up. So now after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text center, text will be small, text gray 600, margin top will be 6. Let's type already have an account. So now let's type a button, give on click will be on. Now let's go to app.jsx and let's copy on switch mode and paste it here, and here let's use it as a prop. Give class name to the button, text purple 600, hover text purple 700, hover underline, font will be medium, text will be transition colors. Let's type login. So now let's type /signup and enter. Now as you can see, a form is created here. Now after this, correct the spelling here. Now the error is gone. Now let's check whether it's working or not. Let's type username will be hexagon, email will be hexagon@gmail.com, password will be this. Sign up, a token is generated and user is found here. On the console, let's go to MongoDB and sign in with Google. Now go to user. Now you can see a new user hexagon is present here, which is entered by frontend. Now let's go to login and let's create a login.jsx. Give class name to the div. Max width will be medium, PG will be white, width will be full, shadow will be large, border purple 100, rounded XL, padding will be 8. Now let's type, now here let's close this and let's go and search for React Toastify, and let's copy this npm I React Toastify and paste it here. And let's press enter. Let's close this. Now let's again restart the server. Let's refresh it. Now after this, let's type import toast from React Toastify. Now here let's type toast container. Position will be top center. Auto close will be 3000, that is 3 seconds. Height progress bar. So after this, a div give class name. Margin bottom will be 6, text center. Another div give class name. Width will be 16, height will be 16, BG gradient to bottom right, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600, rounded full, MX auto, flex item center, justify center, margin bottom will be 4. Now let's pass the icon, login, give class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, text white. Now after this, let's create an h2 tag, heading tag, and let's type text 2xl, font will be bold, text gray 800. Let's type welcome back. Now after this, a paragraph tag, give class name text gray 500, text will be small, for margin top will be 1. Let's type sign in to continue to task flow. So now after this, let's create a form tag. Now let's go to sign up and copy this on submit and paste it here. Then copy this input tag, and now let's close this first. Here let's give class name to the form. Space from y-axis will be 4. And now let's type fields dot. Now fields in dummy.js JSX. Now you can see import input wrapper from assets/dummy. Now after this, type. Now go to sign up and let's copy this and paste it here. Now remove this name from here, and now after this, in fields Now put a comma and import field here. Now fields. Now here let's type const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. Now let's type const URL is equal to, now let's copy this URL and paste it here. Now after this let's type const loading comma set loading is equal to use state give value false. Then const form data comma set form data is equal to use state give value initial form. Now here let's type dot map function. Let's pass name comma type comma placeholder comma icon will be icon. Now comma is password is equal to an arrow function. Create a div. Key will be name. Class name will be backtick. Class name will be input wrapper. Now here let's type icon. Give class name text purple 500. Width will be 5. Height will be 5. Let's close this icon here. Then now paste that input tag here. Now here let's make some changes. Now type is password and let's create a button tag. Type will be button. On click an arrow function set. Now here let's type const show password comma set show password is equal to use state value will be false. Now const remember me comma set. Now copy this and paste it here. Make R capital is equal to use state hook and type false value. Here set show password will be previous state not previous. Now after this give class name margin left will be 2, text gray 500, hover text purple 500, transition colors. Now let's pass show password, check show I off, give class name width will be 5, height will be 5. In else I give class name width will be 5, height will be 5. Now here let's create a div, give class name flex item center, then our input tag, type will be checkbox, ID will be remember me, then checked is equal to remember me, then on change will be an arrow function, it will be set remember me will be not remember me, then class name will be height will be 4, width will be 4, text purple 500, focus right will be ring purple 400, border gray 300, rounded, then it will be required. Now after this create a label tag and in that HTML for remember me. Now let's type remember me and let's give class name to the label, margin left 2, block text small, text gray 700. Now after this div let's create a button tag, give type will be submit, class name will be button classes, then disabled will be loading. Now here let's type loading, let's type logging in, and then else let's pass an icon login, class name, width will be 4, height will be 4. Let's close this icon and let's type login. So now after this, let's copy this on submit and let's use it as a prop. And on switch mode will be here, put a comma. Now after this, a paragraph tag, give class name, text center, text will be small, text gray 600, margin top will be 6. Let's type don't have an account. Then a button, give type will be button. Then class name will be text purple 600, hover text purple 700, hover underline. Then font will be medium, transition colors. Now it will be on click, handle switch mode. Now sign up. So now let's copy this and here let's type const and paste it here, an arrow function. Now type toast dot dismiss, then on switch mode dot. Now after this, let's type const. Now copy this handle submit, paste it here, is equal to an arrow function. Now it will be an async function, async, and then arrow function e dot prevent default. Now after this, now if remember me is not clicked, then toast dot error, you must enable remember me to login. Then return, then set loading will be true, and then in try and catch block, in try block let's type const data is equal to await axios dot post method backtick URL slash API slash user slash. Now go to user route and we have to post method for login as we have done it in backend earlierly. Then put a comma and type form data. If data is not found, if data.token is not found or not generated, then throw a new error that will be data.message or login field. Then local storage dot set item will be token. If it will found, local storage will have token, that is data.token. Loading local storage dot set item will be user ID, that is data.user.id. Then set form data will be initial form, and on submit dot this token will be data.token. Put a comma, user ID will be data.user ID. Put a comma, data.user. So after submitting, these data will be present in the application local storage, and these data will be saved there. So now let's type toast.success login successful redirecting, set timeout, and arrow function navigate to slash, that is home, for in 1 second. Error in cache block, const message is equal to error dot response dot data dot message or error dot message. Then type toast dot error message. Now after this, finally set loading will be false. So basically in this we will log in a user and these data will be saved in local storage. Now let's type use effect hook and let's create an arrow function. Let's type const token is equal to local storage dot get item token. So token will be coming from the local storage. Const user ID will be coming from the local storage user ID. Then if token is founded, then it will be an async function, an arrow function. In try cache block, in try block, let's type const data is equal to await axios dot get method backtick URL slash API slash user slash me. So me will be this get current user. So it will give you current user by having a header. So we will give header, that will be authorization as we have seen in the backend. It will be bearer $token of the user. Put a comma and here let's type if data dot success. If data dot success happens, then on submit we will give token comma user ID and data dot user. Then toast dot success will show session restored redirecting. Then navigate to slash. Then in else block let's type local storage dot clear. So if this token is not found there, then it means the local storage is clear and this doesn't happen. So now in cache block let's type here local storage dot clear. So if error happens, it will be clear also. Let's pass navigate comma on submit. So now let's refresh it. It says show password is not defined. So let's remove this here and we have to copy this and paste it in login as it was given for that only. And here let's remove this field from here. Now let's refresh it. Now login mail. Now the icon is present there. Now after this, the lock icon is not present there. So now lock is present there also. Now as you can see, it's present there. So now this page is working fine. So now here let's type hexagon@gmail.com, and the password which we have used for creating, it says zap is not defined in layout. So let's go to layout.js 6, and here let's define, put a comma and type zap. Now as you can see, it's working fine. The layout is seen on the right, sidebar on left, and it's working totally fine. So now after this, let's close this, and after this let's go to application, and now you can see the current user, token and user ID, all three things are present in here. Now after this, let's go to app.jsx, and here let's create route. Element will be current user, then protected layout. Now else navigate to /login, and replace will be. Now after this, let's copy this and paste it here. Let's remove this from here. Now the route is protected. Until unless we log in, this won't open the layout page. Now the page is not seen here. Now let's type protected layout. So there is an issue. Let's type route. Path will be asterisk. Element will be asterisk, means for all route. Navigate to current user, then to /, if not found, then to /login. Replace, and let's close this. Navigate to. Now after this, let's clear this and let's refresh it again. Now this page is working fine. So let's give a MR2 so that the icon has some space. So after this, let's type already have an account. Now let's again log in, gmail.com, then click on remember me. If we don't click on remember me, let's click on login. It states this. Now again, let's go to console. After this, okay, now change this bracket. So this was the error. Now as you can see, it's present here. Now let's go here, and here let's remove this layout, and in dashboard let's type RAFCE, and let's remove this layout and let's type dashboard. Now as you can see, dashboard is present here and sidebar on the left. So now after this, let's create our sidebar first. So let's create an empty parenthesis open, then let's create desktop sidebar. Let's create div, give class name sidebar classes dot desktop. So once we go there, we can see the sidebar classes are here. This is the sidebar section. We have multiple CSS classes here, so we are using them. So after this, let's create another div, give class name, padding will be 5, border B, border purple 100, for larger screen it will be block hidden. div and give class name flex, item center, gap will be 3. Then another div, give class name, width will be 10, height will be 10, rounded full, PG gradient to bottom right, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600. Then flex, item center, justify center, text white, font will be bold, shadow MD. Then let's type initial. Now go to layout, and here let's copy this user and let's use it as a prop here. Put a comma, task, and paste it here. Now here let's type const mobile open comma set mobile open is equal to use state false, then const show modal comma set show modal is equal to use state, it will be false also, then const total task is equal to task dot length, so now or it will be 0. Const, now let's go to layout, and here let's copy this completed task, paste it here, is equal to completed task is equal to task dot filter t and arrow t dot completed dot length else 0. Const productivity is equal to total task is greater than 0, then math dot round completed task slash divided by total task into 100, else it will be 0. Now const username is equal to user dot name else user. Const initial is equal to user name dot char at 0 index dot to uppercase. Now after this let's create a div and h2 tag, give class name, text will be large, font will be bold, text gray 800. Now let's type hey user name. Now as you can see a U is present here. Here hexagon and email are present there. So now after this let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, text purple 500, font will be medium, flex, item center, gap will be 1. Now let's pass an icon, sparkles, give class name, width will be 3, height will be 3. Now let's close this, and here let's type let's crush some tasks. Now as you can see it's present here. Now after this let's create another div, give class name, padding will be 4, space from y axis will be 6, overflow y will be auto, flex will be 1. Then another div, give class name, productivity card dot container. So now once you go there, this CSS will be applied there. So now after this another div, give class name, productivity card dot header. Then an h3 tag, give class name, productivity card dot label. Now here let's type productivity. Then a span tag, give class name, productivity card dot badge, and then here let's type productivity percentage. Then another div, give class name, let's type productivity card dot bg. Then another div, give class name productivity card dot bar fg. Now after this, let's give a style. Width will be backtick productivity and percentage. Now as you can see, a bar is present here with 0%. Now after this, let's close this div right here. Now after this, let's go and let's type here use effect hook and arrow function. Let's type document dot body dot style dot overflow is equal to mobile open, then it will be hidden, else it will be auto. Then return an arrow function document dot body dot style dot overflow is equal to auto. Then put a comma here and let's type mobile open. So after this, let's create a const render mobile menu items is equal to and is mobile, put a is equal to false, an arrow function and ul tag, give class name space from y-axis will be 2, menu items dot map function. Menu items are these having text, icons and path. Now here map function, then let's pass text comma path comma icon and arrow function. Now let's type an li tag, key will be text. Then let's create nav link, 2 will be path, class name will be is active, then an arrow function, link classes dot base comma is active, then link classes dot active, else link classes dot inactive. Then is active is mobile, then justify start, else for larger screen justify start. Now put a comma dot join. Now on click an arrow function, set mobile open false. So now let's close this nav link, and in nav link let's create a span tag, give class name link classes dot icon. Now let's pass icon. Now after this, let's create another span tag, give class name link classes dot link classes. Let's remove this and give a backtick $, and here let's type dollar is mobile, then block, else it will be hidden, and for larger it will be block. So then let's pass text. Now let's copy this render menu item and here let's pass it here. Now for mobile view it will be visible. Sorry, then change this and now you can see it's visible. Now it's working fine. Now after this, another div, give class name, margin top will be auto, padding from top will be 6, for larger it will be block, hidden, div, and give class name ti tip card dot container. So we will use this CSS. Now in div, let's get another div, give class name flex item center, gap will be 2. Then another div, give class name tip card dot icon wrapper. Now let's pass an icon light bulb, give class name width will be 5, height will be 5, text purple 600. Now let's create div, give class name tip card dot title. Now after this, let's remove this and create an h3 tag, paste it here. Now let's type pro tip. Now a paragraph tag, give class name tip card dot text. Now let's type a paragraph that is use keyboard shortcut to boost productivity, to boost your productivity. Then let's copy this hexagon link and paste it here in your anchor tag. Then target will be blank and then class name will be block, margin top will be 2, text will be small, text purple 500, hover underline. Now in anchor tag, type visit hexagon digital services. So now as you can see, it's present here. Once we click here, it takes us to our website. So now after this, let's create mobile menu. Now let's type is mobile menu not open and create a button tag, give on click will be an arrow function, set mobile open true, then class name will be sidebar classes dot mobile button, then pass an icon menu, give class name width will be 5, height will be 5. Now let's see, the icon is present here, menu icon. Now after this, let's type mobile drawer. Then let's type here menu mobile open and create a div, give class name fixed, insert 0, for z index will be 40, then another div, close the div right here, give class name sidebar classes dot mobile drawer backdrop. On click will be an arrow function, set mobile open will be false. So now a drawer is opening here. Then after this, create another div, give class name sidebar classes dot mobile drawer, on click and event dot stop propagation, then another div, give class name flex, justify between item center, margin bottom will be 4, border B, padding from bottom will be 2, an h2 tag, give class name text will be large, font will be bold, text purple 600, and let's type menu, then a button tag, and in button tag let's type on click and arrow function set mobile open false. Give class name text gray 700. However, text will be purple 600, and let's pass an icon X. Give class name width will be 5, height will be 5. So now it's coming here. Now after this, let's just copy this div and scroll down, and after this let's paste it here. So now after this, let's close one div. Now add margin bottom 6, and now let's copy this div, and after this let's paste it here. Now just give some margin top will be 16, so it's present here. Then let's type random menu item will be true. So now let's remove this, we don't need this icon. Now as you can see, the menu is present here. So now let's refresh it. It's working fine. The site is responsive till now. Now we have dashboard and profile. So now let's close this, and here after this let's create a route. Path will be / profile pending. Give element will be in pages. Let's create pending page.jsx, and let's type RAFCE, and in pages let's create complete page.jsx. Here let's type RAFCE. Now in dashboard, now in app.jsx let's import pending page, and then again route. Path will be / complete, and element will be complete page. Let's close this. Now once we click, it's open that page. Now after this, let's copy this and change this to text. So now this is working fine. So now let's go and let's create a component that is profile.jsx. Now here let's type RAFCE, and in app.jsx let's define a route that is path / profile. Element is equal to profile. Now here let's type user is equal to current user. Set current user is equal to set current user, and on logout is equal to handle logout. Now let's close this. So now once we click on this, we are going to profile. So it's working fine. Now let's close this all, and let's create our profile section. So let's type div, give class name, min height will be screen, bg gray 50. Now let's type toast container, and let's import toast container. Let's type import toast from React Toastify and toast container from React Toastify. Position will be top center. Auto close will be 3000, that is 3 seconds. Then another div, give class name, max width will be 4XL, MX auto, padding will be 6. Then a button tag, give on click, an arrow function, navigate will be -1, give class name, back button, and let's copy this back button and let's type import, paste it here from /asset/dummy data. So now let's check this CSS will be applied for this profiles section. Then after this, let's pass an icon and give class name to the icon. Width will be 5, height will be 5, margin right will be 1. Then back to dashboard. So now let's create a div, give class name, flex item center, gap will be 4, margin bottom will be 8. Now another div, give class name, width will be 16, height will be 16, rounded full, BG gradient to bottom right, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600. Then it will be flex item center, justify center, text white, text 2XL, font will be bold, shadow will be medium. Now let's type here. Now let's, as you can see, it's present here. Then here let's type const API URL is equal to, now go to this and let's copy this localhost address and paste it here. Now after this, let's type const profile comma set profile is equal to use state. Now let's pass here, name will be empty string, email will be empty string. Now after this, in app.jsx, now let's copy this set current user and pass it as a prop. Put a comma here on logout and here paste it here. So now after this, let's type const password comma set passwords is equal to use state. It will be current user, current will be empty string and new will be empty string. Confirm will be empty string. Then let's type const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. Now after this, once we click back, it takes us to dashboard. So it's working fine. Now after this, let's type here profile dot name, then check profile dot name will be at 0 index to uppercase. If not found, then it will be U. So now it's U only. So create a div and heading tag, give class name, text will be 3XL, font will be bold, text gray 800. Let's type account setting. Now after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text gray 500, text will be small. Let's type manage your profile and security settings. Now after this, as you can see, it's present there. Now create a div, give class name, grid for medium screen, grid calls 2, gap will be 8. Now let's type a section tag, give class name, section wrapper, then a div, give class name, flex item center, gap will be 2, margin bottom will be 6. Now let's pass an icon user circle, give class name, text purple 500, width will be 5, height will be 5, and let's close this here. So now after this, let's create a heading tag, give class name, text will be XL, font will be semi bold, text gray 800. So now here let's type personal information. So it's present here with the icon. So after this div, let's create a personal info name, comma email input boxes. So let's type an form tag. On submit, it will be handle, it will be save profile. So now here give class name space from y-axis will be 4, and here let's pass personal field dot map function. Now here let's type name comma type comma placeholder comma icon will be icon, and let's create an arrow function, and let's type here, let's go to sign up, and let's copy this whole div and paste it here. Now change this input wrapper to input wrapper, and then form data will be changed to profile, value will be changed, this will be changed to set profile, and here text gray will be removed. So now there is an error, say profile is not defined. So now after this, let's create a button tag, give class name full button, and here let's pass an icon save, give class name width will be 4, height will be 4, and close this, type save changes. Now after this, come back here and let's type here, let's create first a use effect hook and arrow function const token is equal to local storage dot get item token. So after this, a token will be found. If token is not found, then return axios dot get method, type dollar, give API URL slash API slash user slash me. This me is coming from this or user from the backend. Then after this, put a comma and let's pass header will be authorization. Then let's type bearer, a dollar sign, pass token. Then after this, type dot then method, then here data, then an arrow function, and let's type if data dot success, then set profile will be name will be data dot user dot name, comma email will be data dot user dot email. Then after this, in else block, type toast dot error data dot message. So now after this, so now in this we will get this user by token. So now in catch block, if error occurs, then toast dot error unable to find or unable to load profile. Then put a comma and let's make it only one time. Then after this, let's type const save profile is equal to an async function. Now here let's pass event. Now e dot prevent default. Then in try catch block, now let's type here in try block, let's type const token is equal to local storage dot get item token. Then const data is equal to await axios dot put method, then here axios dot put, then here it will be put as to update profile. So now after this, let's type here backtick, then dollar, then API URL slash API slash user slash profile, and here let's type name will be profile dot name, put a comma, email will be profile dot email. Then after this, let's type header will be authorization bearer $token. Now after this, so basically it will update the profile on the basis of authorization, and it will update email and name. Now if data.success, then set current user will be previous, and arrow function previous comma name will be profile dot name, put a comma, avatar will be now backtick, then go to app.jsx. Now here let's copy only the avatar line and close this and paste it here, and remove this and paste it here. Now change this to profile and only profile name. Now after this, toast.success will be profile updated. Then in else block, toast.error will be data.message. Now in cache block, toast.error will be error.response, then data message else, or it will be profile update failed. So now let's refresh that, and let's, as you can see, hexagon is present on the both side, as on the navbar as well as on the sidebar. Change it to decagon, and now as you can see, it changes on the both side. So now let's make it back to hexagon. So it changes again. So now after this, let's create another section, give class name, section wrapper, then a div, give class name. Now here let's copy this div and paste it here. Now here change personal information to security, and icon will be changed to shield. Then as you can see, it's present here. Then after this div, let's create a form tag. Here on submit, it will be change password. Give class name, space from y-axis will be 4. Now after this, let's type security fields dot map function name comma placeholder, then an arrow function, and here let's type, copy this div and paste the div right here. Now here change icon to lock, and type will be changed to password, then profile value will be changed to password, set password, profile will be removed and password, then profile will be removed and password. Now here let's copy this button tag, and after this let's paste it here. Again change the icon to shield, and here let's remove this text and type change password. So now after this form, after this button, let's create a div and class name margin top will be 8, padding from top will be 6, border will be T, border purple 100. Then an h3 tag, give class name, text red 600, font will be semi bold, margin bottom will be 4, it will be flex, item center, gap will be 2. Then let's pass an icon, that is logout, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4. Then let's type danger zone. So now after this, let's create a button, give class name, danger button, then on click, let's call on logout function. Then here let's type logout. So now let's create a function, that is const change password is equal to an async function, an error event, and let's create an arrow function. Here let's copy this and paste it here. Then after this, let's type if password dot new is not equal to password dot confirm, then return toast dot error, password does not match. So if the new password and confirm password doesn't match, it will show this error. Then after this, in try catch block, type in try block, let's type const token is equal to local storage dot get item token. Then let's type const data is equal to await axios dot put method. Then here let's type $API URL slash API slash user slash password. So in backend, go to user route and you can see this route. At this route we will update our password. So here let's type current password will be password dot current. Put a comma, new password will be password dot new. Put a comma, header will be authorization, the bearer token, backtick bearer. Then give a $sign and pass token. So then in if data dot success, then toast dot success will be password changed. Then set password will be current will be empty, new will be empty, and confirm will be empty. Then after this, in else block, then in else block type toast dot error data dot message. So now let's copy this catch block and paste it here. So now after this, let's change password change field. So now as we type the password, then new password, and then confirm password. Now save. It says password does not match as the confirm password and new password is not matching. Now it says the current password is incorrect. Once we give everything correct, it says password changed. So now once we click on logout, then we have to enter our new password for this email. So now let me enter the new password. Now it's the old password. So now let's type the new and it will log you in and it will show the dashboard. So after this, let's close this and let's create a dashboard. Open a div, give class name back wrapper, and let's import wrapper from assets/dummy data. So now these classes will be applicable for the dashboard. Now after this, let's create a header. Now create a div, give class name header. Now after this, let's create another div, give class name, min width will be 0, then h1 tag, give class name, text XL, for medium screen text will be 3XL, font will be bold, text gray 800, it will be flex, item center, gap of 2. Then let's give a icon, that is home icon, give class name text purple 500, width will be 5, height will be 5, for medium screen width will be 6 and height will be 6, shrink 0. So now let's refresh it. Now home icon is present here. Now after this, let's create a span tag, give class name, text turnkit, and then type task overview. Now after this, a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, text gray 500, margin top will be 1, margin left will be 7, turnkit. Then manage your task efficiently. So it's present here. So now after this div, so after here let's import API base is equal to, so let's copy this URL for the localhost and paste it here. Make it const, not import, /API/task. So now after this, let's type here const show model comma set show model is equal to use state, value will be false, const selected task comma set selected task is equal to use state, value will be null. Then after this, let's type const filter comma set filter is equal to use state. Now here value will be all. So after this, create a button tag, give on click, and arrow function set show model will be true, and give class name will be add button. Then let's pass an icon plus, give class name, give size will be 18. Let's close this. Now here let's type add new task. So now as you can see, it's present here. Now after this, let's create stats, then create a div, give class name stats grid. Then after this, let's type stats grid stats. So these stats where we have key, label, icon color, all things are present there. Then dot map function, pass key, comma, label, comma, icon will be icon, put a comma, icon color, border color will be border purple 100. So now after this, let's type value will be value key. Let's pass value key. Now here let's copy this and paste it here. Then after this, text color, put a comma, gradient, copy this gradient here and let's paste it here. So now after this, let's create an arrow function, and here let's type a div tag, give key will be key, give class name will be backtick stats card, then a dollar border color, then another div, give class name flex item center, gap will be 2, for medium screen gap will be 3, So another div, give class name. Then here let's pass icon wrapper and then icon color. Then here let's type icon, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4. For medium screen, width will be 5, height will be 5. Then close this icon here. Then another div, give class name, min width will be 0. Then a paragraph tag, give class name, $value class, and here it will be gradient. If it's gradient, then bg gradient to R from fuchsia 500 to purple 600. bg clip text transparent, else it will show text color. So now after this, let's pass stats here. Stat will have value key. So here let's copy this and here let's type here const, paste it here, is equal to use memo and arrow function. Then here let's type total will be task dot length. Then here let's type const task comma refresh task is equal to use outlet context. So let's copy this and import this use outlet context from React Router DOM. So after this, put a comma here. Let's type low priority will be task dot filter t and arrow function t dot priority. Then to lowercase is equal to low, then dot length comma. So in this, if the task priority is in lowercase is equal to low, then it will be a low priority task. Then after this, paste it here 3 times, make it 2 times, and let's change here to high priority, and this will be changed to medium priority. Then here it will be changed to medium and this to high. So after this, let's type completed will be task dot filter t and arrow function t dot completed is equal to true, or t dot completed is equal to 1, or t dot completed, or type of t dot completed is equal to string, and t dot completed dot to lowercase is equal to yes. So in this we will dot length, then put a comma and pass task here. So in this completed, we will check all types of completion, that is, it will return true, 1 or yes. So let's create filter task. Const filter task is equal to use memo function. Let's create an arrow function, task dot filter task and arrow function. Const due date is equal to new date task dot due date. Then const today is equal to new date. Then type const new next week is equal to new date today. Then new next week dot set date will be today dot get date plus 7 for the next 7 days. So here we will have due date, today date, and next week by having 7 added to the today's date. Then switch case, then filter, case will be today, then here let's type return, due date will be to date string is equal to today dot to date string. So here remove this from the case. Then let's type const week will be return, change const to case week, due date dot due date is greater than or equal to today and due date is less than equal to next week. Then case will be high if case will be medium and case will be low according to the priority. So here let's return tasks dot priority to lowercase is equal to filter. So in this we will check whether it's high, medium or low by filter. Then in default case we will return true. So after this let's pass task comma filter. So now after this let's create saving task. So now after this, as we can see, 4 things of boxes are present here. After this we will add a paragraph tag. In this give class name, label classes, and here let's pass label. So we will have label here, low priority, medium and high priority, total task as well as this. Then after this contents, let's create a div, give class name, space from y-axis will be 6, let's create filter, then another div, give class name, field wrapper, filter wrapper, then another div, give class name, flex item center, gap of 2, min width will be 0. Then let's pass here filter icon, give class name, width will be 5, height will be 5, text purple 500, string 0, and let's close this. Now as you can see a filter icon is present here. After this let's type an h2 tag, give class name, text base, for medium screen text will be large, font will be semi bold, text gray 800, turnkey. Then here let's pass filter label, and here it will be filter, so it will show all tasks first. Then let's type a select tag. In this select tag give value will be filter, and on click on change let's create an arrow function and type set filter will be event dot target dot value. So now here give class name selected class. So now here let's pass here filter label, filter options dot map function, and here let's type option and arrow function, option tag, open an option tag. So now these options today, all, medium, high, low will be applicable to this. Then after this key will be option, then value will be option, and let's close this, and let's here in option tag let's pass option dot char at 0 to uppercase, then plus option dot slice method 1. So now it shows an error, that is 2 uppercase cannot be read. So change the bracket here. Now as you can see, it's present here. Then after this, let's create a div, give class name, filter, let's type here tab wrapper, let's say pass filter options dot map function, option and arrow function, here let's type button, and in button tag pass key will be option, on click will be an arrow function, set filter will be option, then give class name to the button, it will be task base, then here let's give filter is equal to option, then let's give class name tab active, in else case tab inactive. Then let's close this button tag. In this let's pass option dot, let's copy this line and paste it here. So now all the options are present here, and once we change, it changes the value. So now after this, let's create task list, give div a class name, space from y-axis will be 4, filter task dot length is equal to 0, then let's create div, give class name, empty state dot wrapper, so these classes will be applicable for the empty states. So now after this, let's close this div here, and in this div let's create a div, give class name empty state dot icon wrapper. So now again close this div right here, then give an icon calendar, icon will be give class name to the icon with 8, height 8, purple, text purple 500, and h3 tag, give class name text large, font will be semi bold, text red, text will be gray 800, margin bottom will be 2. Now no task founded. Then a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, text gray 500, margin bottom will be 4, and here let's pass filter is equal to all, and then let's type here create your first task to get started, in else no task match this filter. Then again a button tag, on click, an arrow function, set show model will be true, give class name to the button, it will be empty state dot btn, then add new task. So now in else let's type filter task dot map function, task and arrow function here. Now let's type here task item, give key will be task dot id, this MongoDB ID, then task dot normal ID. So here let's copy this and let's create this component task item dot jsx. Here let's type rafce and let's here import this task item here. So now after this, let's close this. Here let's pass task is equal to task, and now okay, so just remove this div from here and paste the div right here after the icon. So now it's working fine. So now after this, let's pass on refresh is equal to refresh task. Then show complete checkbox. Then on edit an arrow function, on edit an arrow function, set selected task will be, then set show model will be true. So now it's add equal to. So now after this, type const handle task save is equal to use callback function and async function task data. Let's create an arrow function. Here let's type try catch block. In try block, let's type task data dot id, await Axios, and let's import Axios from Axios package. So now after this, dot put method to update, as put is used for updation, API base slash task data dot id slash gp. So this is coming from this route, that is id. So in this it will be task data dot id dot put method, and then after this put a comma task data, then refresh task, and set show model will be false. Then after this, let's type set selected task will be null, and in catch block console dot error will be error saving task, put a comma error. So now after this, put a comma and type refresh task, comma refresh task will be present here. So now after this, let's create add task desktop view. So let's create a div, give class name, it will be hidden. For medium screen it will be flex, item center, justify center, padding will be 4, border 2, border will be dashed, border purple 200, rounded will be XL, hover, border will be purple 400, BG purple 50/50, cursor pointer, transition colors. So in this, let's give an icon plus, give class name, width will be 5, height will be 5, text purple 500, margin from right will be 2. Then a space span tag, give class name text gray 600, font will be medium. Let's type add new task. So after this, give on click to this div and an arrow function, set show model will be true. So now after this div, let's create model. Here let's type task model, and here is open is equal to show model or not show selected task. Now copy this task model, and in component let's create this model .jsx. Let's type RAFCE, and here let's import it. So now after this, let's type on close is equal to an arrow function, set show model will be false, and set selected task will be null. Then task to edit will be selected task, on save will be handle task save. Now close this. So now after this, remove this length from here and add this to end. So now after this, let's change it to one time more, and here 2 will be changed to T will be changed to 2 capital. So now it's present here, it's working fine. So now let's create our task model. So now let's close this dashboard, let's remove this div, and here let's type div give class name fixed, insert 0 pg blur sm pg black /20, z index will be 50, it will be flex, item center, justify center, padding will be 4. Then another div give class name, background will be white, border purple 100, rounded will be XL, max width will be medium, width will be full, then shadow will be large, it will be relative, padding will be 6, animate will be fade in. And after this, let's create another div, give class name, it will be flex, justify between, item center, margin bottom will be 6. Then an h2 tag, give class name text will be 2XL, font will be bold, text gray 800, it will be flex, item center, gap of 2. Then here let's pass here let's go to dashboard, let's type here is open and use it as a prop here, put a comma, on close, then task to edit, put a comma, and then on save. Then after this, on logout. So now after this, let's type here const task data, put a comma, set task data is equal to use state. Now here let's type default task. So now let's import this default task from dummy data. So let's type here import, paste it here from assets slash dummy data. So now after this, let's type here const loading, put a comma, set loading is equal to use state. Then here let's type the value false. Then const error, comma, set error is equal to use state, value will be null. Now here let's type const today is equal to new date. Then here let's type to ISO string dot split, value will be t, then it will be at 0 index. So now let's copy this API base and paste it here. Then after this, let's type here use effect hook, and let's create an arrow function. Here let's type if is open is not present, then return if task to edit, then const normalize is equal to task to edit dot completed is equal to yes, task edit dot completed is equal to true, then or type add or and then question mark, it will be yes or it will be no. So now after this, let's copy this data here, set task data, and remove it from the dummy.js file, and here let's add this after this. So here there is an error, that is now in dashboard task to edit, and here let's change it to task to edit, this will be changed to, then here, then after this make it task default. So once you go, and as you can see, this default tasks are present here. Then after this, type in else block. Let's type set task data will be default task. Then set error, it will be null. Then put a comma and let's pass here is open comma task to edit. So now after this, let's type here task data dot id. If present, then save icon, give class name to the icon, text purple 500, width will be 5 and height will be 5. Let's close this icon. Then in else, create an icon plus circle, give class name, text purple 500, width will be 5, height will be 5. So now after this, let's pass here task data dot id. Then it will be edit task, else it will be create task, create new task. So now after this, let's create a button tag, give on click, create an type on close, give class name to the button, padding will be 2, hover purple 100, bg purple 100, rounded lg, transition colors, text gray 500, hover text will be purple 700. So now here let's pass an icon X, give class name, width will be 5, height will be 5, and close this. Now after this, let's create form to fill details to create a task. Then here let's create a form tag. In form tag, let's type on submit is equal to handle submit. Then class name will be space from y-axis will be 4. Now let's type here error and let's create a div, give class name to the div, text small, text red 600, bg background will be red 50, padding will be 3 rounded large, border will be red 100. So now let's close this div, and now in this div let's pass error. Then after this, let's create another div tag, and in label let's create a label, and in label let's give class name block, text will be small, font will be medium, text gray 700, margin bottom will be 1. So now in this let's type task title. So now let's refresh it. It shows an error handle submit. So now let's copy this, and after this let's type const, let's paste it here, use callback function, it will be an async function. Now let's create an arrow function, e.event.prevent default. Now after this, if task data dot due date is less than today, then set error. So if you choose date previously, then it will show this error. Then after this, return. So set loading will be true, set error will be null. So now after this, let's create a try catch block. In try block, let's type const is edit is equal to boolean. So it will give only a true or false value, task data dot id, then const URL is equal to is edit. So it will be $API base slash task data dot id slash gp, and in else block it will be API base slash gp. So it will either be take you to this route, or else it will take you to this route. for getting this. So now after this, close this here. Now type const response is equal to await fetch. Then here let's type URL, put a comma. Here method will be, it will be isEdit. Then it will be either it will be put method for updation or it will be post method for creation. Then header will be get header. So now let's first create our get header function. So here let's type const, paste it here, handle change will be an use callback function. In this let's create an arrow function. Const name comma value is equal to e dot event dot target dot. Then set task data will be previous data. Then in this let's type previous, put a comma, name will be value. So after this it will be one time. So now after this let's type const and paste it get header here. Then type use callback function and arrow function. Then type here const token is equal to local storage got get item. We will get the token from local storage. If token is not found, then throw new error, and error will be no auth token found. So the user won't be valid. Then return content type will be application/JSON. Then authorization will be bearer. Then token will be passed here. So as we have tested in the backend, it will do the same here. So now after this let's type body. In body we will type json.stringify method, then task data. Then here after this, if response is not found, is not okay. If response is not okay, then if response dot status is equal to 401, then return on logout, put a question mark here and dot to on logout. Then const error will be is equal to await keyword response.json method, and here let's type throw new error will be error dot message, or it will be failed to save task. So now after this let's type const saved is equal to await keyword response.json method. Then after this on save dot saved. So on close it will be on close. So in catch block let's type here console.error. Now here let's type here error, then set error will be error.message, else or it will be an unexpected error occurred. So now after this finally set loading will be false, and here put a comma and pass task data comma today comma get headers, then on logout and on save, on close as well. So now it's present here task title. So now after this let's go here. After this label give a div, give class name flex item center, border purple 100, rounded LG, padding from x-axis will be 3, padding from y-axis will be 2.5, focus within will be ring 2, then focus within will be ring purple 500, focus within will be border purple 500, then transition all, duration will be 200. Then after this, let's create an input tag. Type will be text, name will be title, it will be required field, value will be task data dot title. Then here let's click on change, handle change, then class name will be width will be full, then focus will be outline none, then here text will be small. So now after this, let's create placeholder. In this, enter your task, enter task title. So after this, create a div, copy this label and paste it here. It will be flex, then item center, gap will be 1. Here change this label, type here, give an icon first, align left, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, text purple 500, and then after this let's type description. Then after this, let's create a text area, name will be description, and rows will be 3. Then after this, let's type here on change, it will be handle change, and then value will be task data dot description. Then give a class name, base control classes. In placeholder, type add details about your task. Now close the text area right here. So now after this, another div, give class name, it will be grid, grid calls 2, gap will be 4. Now here another div, give label. So now here let's copy this label and paste it here. Now here let's give an icon, flag, and class name will be width will be 4, height will be 4, text purple 500. Now close this and let's type here priority. Now create a select tag, and in select tag, name will be priority, value will be task data dot priority, and on change it will be handle change. Give class name, it will be backtick base control classes and priority styles. Then in this pass data task data dot priority. So now in select tag, let's create an option tag, remove this value, and here let's type low. Now copy this option tag and paste it 2 times, change value to high, medium, and then it will be changed to high. So now after this, let's create another div, and in this copy this label tag and paste it here. Now change the icon to calendar. Now as you can see, it's present here. So now here change priority to due date, and after this let's create an input tag. Type will be date, name will be due date, it will be required field, minimum will be today, and value will be task data dot due date. Then after this, on change, it will be handle change, then class name will be base control classes. So now as you can see, it's present here. We can't select the previous date according to this. Then after this, let's create another div, and let's copy this label tag and paste it here. Then here remove this margin, make it to 2 margin bottom, and here let's type status. change the icon to check circle. Then here let's create a div tag, give class name, it will be flex, item gap will be 2. Then here let's pass value, val will be yes, or value will be yes, comma label will be complete, then completed. Then after this value will be no and label will be in progress. Then after this let's type here dot map function, and here let's pass value comma label, layout label, and then an arrow function. Now here let's type here label tag and remove this. Type will be is equal to radio button, then name will be completed, then value will be val, and check is equal to task data dot completed is equal to value. So now on change it will be handle change. Then class name will be height will be 4, width will be 4, text will be purple 600, for focus ring will be ring purple 500, then border gray 300 rounded. Then in this, now close this label tag right here. Then after this label tag, make it to input tag and cut it here. And after this let's create a label tag first, and in label tag let's give key will be value val, and class name will be flex, item center, and then paste that input tag here. So now after this let's create a span tag, give class name, margin left will be 2, text will be small, text gray 700. So now let's pass here label. So now as you can see, in progress and completed are present here with the status. So now let's close this. Now after this let's create a button tag. Here type is equal to submit and disabled is equal to loading. Then here let's type here class name, width will be full, bg gradient to right, from fuchsia 500 to purple 600. Then text will be white, then font will be medium, padding from y-axis will be 2.5, padding from x-axis will be 4, rounded will be large, it will be flex, item center, justify center, gap will be 2, and disabled is equal to opacity will be 50, and hover, shadow will be medium, then transition all, duration will be 200. Then in button let's pass here loading. Then first it will be saving, else it will be task data dot id. Then let's in this open this empty parenthesis and let's type here save, class name will be width will be 4, height will be 4, and let's close this icon here. Let's type here update task, and after this in else block let's create again a icon plus circle, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, and here let's type here create task. So now you can see it's task 1. Let's type I want to create a task, and let's select some date, priority will be high, and let's create it. So now in MongoDB you can see the task you have created just now is present here. So now as you can see it's present here, task 1, I want to create a task, and it has a owner. That owner ID is same to this hexagon owner ID. So now after this, we can't close this. So now let's fix the error, make it to edit, and here after this, now here let's type here if is not open, then return null. So now it is working fine. So now let's type here task 1, give detail. I want to test it now. Now give high, make it medium or it will be low. Select any date, 30th, then click on saving. So now once we refresh it again, now we can see a task is present here also, and it has the owner ID that is same to the hexagon ID. So now after this, let's close this and let's create our task item. Now here in dashboard, let's copy this task and use it as a prop here, put a comma, on refresh, and let's paste it here, put a comma, then copy this show completed checkbox and on logout, and show completed checkbox will be true. So then after this, here let's copy this API base URL and paste it here. So then after return, let's open and create a div, give class name, it will be $ti classes. Now copy this and here let's type here import this from dummy data, from assets/dummy data. So now after this dot wrapper. So these classes are you will be gonna use for the task items. So now after this, here let's pass here border color, then type const show menu comma set show menu is equal to use state, then here value will be false, then const is completed comma set is completed is equal to use state, and in this let's type true, it can be 1, it can be yes, dot includes, if any of these are included, then type of task dot completed is equal to string, then task dot completed is to lowercase, that is, then else task dot completed. So now after this, let's type here const show edit model comma, let's copy this and paste it here, set show edit model, make the S capital, then is equal to use state, value will be false, then const subtask comma set subtask is equal to use state task dot subtask, and else or it will be empty array. So these are the use states hook. So now after this, in this it will show the edit model, in this completed. So now after this, let's type here use effect hook, create an arrow function. Here let's type here set is completed, then in this let's type here true comma 1 comma yes dot includes, then here let's copy this and paste it here. Then after this, let's pass here task comma completed. So now after this, task dot completed, sorry. Then after this, let's here create const get auth header is equal to an arrow function. Now here let's type here const token is equal to local storage dot get item, that will be token. So now after this, if token is not found, then throw new error will be no auth token found. Then return authorization will be bearer, then $token. So now it will fetch the token, and if not found, it will show the error, else it will send the authorization with token. Then let's type const border color is equal to is completed, then border will be green 500, else get priority color task dot priority dot split, and here it will be by spacing, it will be split. Then after this, let's type const progress is equal to subtask dot length. Then in this, let's pass subtask dot filter, then st subtask and arrow function dot completed dot length, then slash subtask dot length into 100, else it will be 0. So now after this, let's go and check a box is present here. So now after this, let's type here div, give class name ti classes dot left container. Then here let's type here show complete checkbox and create a button tag here, give on click, it will be handle complete, give class name, it will be backtick $ti classes dot complete btn, then $is completed, then it will be text green 500, and in else block it will be text gray 200, make it 300. After this, give icon check circuit to size will be 18 and class name will be $ti classes dot checkbox icon base, and in this let's type here is completed, then fill green 500, in else it will be empty. So now close this, and then after this button here let's copy handle complete, and after this let's create handle complete. Const handle complete is equal to an async function and arrow function. Here let's type const new status is equal to is complete, then it will be no, else it will be yes. Then in try catch block, so now in try block let's type here await axios. So axios dot put method, let's copy axios here and import it, import axios from axios package. So now after this it will be a put method for updation, then type here API base slash a $task, give $sign here dot task dot id slash gp, comma completed is will be new status. So now put a comma here. In this let's give header will be get or auth header, then set is completed will be not is completed, then on refresh will be this, and after this in catch block let's type here console dot error, it will be error, then if error dot message dot response, if error.response is status is equal to 401, then on logout will be called here. So in this we will put this and update the handle completed task. So now after this, let's refresh it. So now a button is present here. So now after this, give class name flex will be 1, min width will be 0, then another div give class name flex, item baseline, gap will be 2, margin bottom will be 1, flex wrap. Then after this, let's create an heading tag, give class name ti classes dot title base, and this after this let's type here is completed, then it will be text gray 400 line through, else it will be text gray 800. So now after this let's pass here task dot title. So now a task title is present here, that is this task from the MongoDB. So now after this, let's create a span tag, give class name ti classes dot priority badge. Then here let's give get priority badge color and task dot priority. Then after this, let's pass here task dot priority. So now it will show that it is high priority, so it will show there. Then after this, create task dot description and create a paragraph tag, give class name ti classes dot description, and let's close this paragraph here. Then after this, let's create her div, give class name ti classes dot write container, another div, give class name position will be relative, then a button tag, give on click it will be set show menu will be not show menu. So now after this, a class name ti classes dot menu button. Now here let's give an icon more vertical, give class name to the icon, width will be 4, height will be 4, for smaller screen width will be 5 and height will be 5. Then let's give size will be 18 and let's close this. So after this, let's type here show menu, and in this a div, give class name, it will be ti classes dot menu drop down. Then menu options dot map function, option and arrow function. Here let's type here menu options are these menu option that has edit and delete with icons and label. So after this, let's here type a button tag. Now in button tag, key will be option dot action. Then on click it will be an arrow function, handle action. Now after this, in this option dot action. So now after this, give class name to the button, width will be full, padding from x-axis will be 3, for smaller screen it will be 4, padding from y-axis will be 2, text will be left, text will be extra small, for smaller screen text will be small, hover, background purple 50, flex, item center, gap will be 2, transition colors, and duration will be 200. So now close this button tag here, and in button tag let's pass here option dot icon and option dot label. So now this is present here, edit and delete options. So now let's create our handle action. So now here let's type here const handle action is equal to action, an arrow function, set show menu will be false, and if action is equal to edit, then set show menu will be, then set show edit modal will be true, and if action is equal to delete, then it will type here handle delete function. So now let's create our handle delete function. After this, let's type here const, paste it here, is equal to an async function, create an arrow function in try catch block. Now in try block, let's type here await axios dot delete method. So we have to do and get this route working for the delete. So now after this delete method, then API base slash task id dot id, and then slash, this will be MongoDB id for the delete, as we have to delete the task. And now here let's pass header get auth header. Then after this on refresh, it will be refreshing the page. And after this in catch block, let's copy this catch block and paste it here. Now change this, remove this, and after this, once we click on delete, it will delete the task. So now let's add a new task and select anything, and now create a task. So now it will, the filter are working fine. So now after this, let's type here const handle save is equal to an async function. Let's type update task and arrow function. Let's type here type try catch block. Let's try in try catch block. Let's type in try block. Let's type here const payload is equal to, let's here go to task controller and copy this and here paste it here. After this, let's create an arrow function. An arrow function, let's type here, let's paste that thing again. Then here let's type update task, then await axios dot, it will be put method for updation. Then here let's type here API base slash, now give $ task dot MongoDB ID and slash GP comma payload, give comma header will be get auth header. So now after this, set show edit modal will be false, and on refresh will be call here. Now let's copy this catch block and paste it here. So now after this, let's create div, another div, and give this div to class name ti classes dot date row. And after this, let's pass here task dot date due date, and is today new date will be task dot due date. So now after this, put a question mark, so it will check if is today, then it will be text fuchsia, else it will be text gray 500. So now is today is not defined. So now let's open your Chrome and type here date fns. Now copy this npm I command and go to your terminal, stop this and paste it here. After installing this package, let's restart the server and here let's refresh it. Now let's close this. So now it shows again is today is not defined. Let's copy this. It's today, and here import is today from date FNS. So now let's check. So it's working fine. So now after this, here let's pass icon calendar, give class name, width will be 3.5, height will be 3.5. Then close this icon. Type here, pass here task dot due date. Then is today will be new date, task dot due date. Else, then again check it's today or it is format. So format will be imported again. Now new date will be task dot due date. Then it will be type mmdd, month and date. Else it will be minus, that is null, empty. So it's coming here. So now after this, make 1m, so it will show you the month, that is 30th April. So now after this div, let's create another div, give class name ti classes dot created row. Now here give icon clock, give class name, width will be 3, height will be 3, and for smaller screen width will be 3.5 and height will be 3.5. So now here let's pass here task dot created at, so it will be created format new date. Then here task dot created at, put a comma, mmdd, so month and date, else it will be no date. So now it shows created at 28th April. 28th April. So after this, let's type here task model, and now let's import our task model. So now here let's import task model from dot slash task model. So after this, here let's pass is open will be show edit model. Then on close it will be an arrow function, set show edit model will be false. Then task to edit will be task, and on safe will be handle safe. So now let's close this task model. So now after this, once we edit something, like we change the title and description here and update it, so it changes here. Then in edit we changed our priority, it gets changes again. Then we change our date, so it changes again. So now after this, let's close this and let's create our pending page. Let's remove this, and here let's type div, give class name layout classes. So now import layout classes from slash assets slash dummy data. Now pass here container dot, then div, give class name layout classes dot header wrapper. Then another div, h1 tag, give class name text will be 2XL, for medium screen text will be 3XL, font will be bold, text gray 800, it will be flex, item center gap of 2. So now let's pass an icon, give class name to that icon text purple 500, and now let's close this and let's type here pending task. So now let's refresh it. we have to log in again, and after this it's present here. So now after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, text gray 500, margin top will be 1, margin from left will be 7. Now here let's pass here const task is equal to empty, then refresh task is equal to use outlet hook context from React router DOM. So now let's import use outlet context from React router DOM package. So after this, let's type here const short by, put a comma, set short by is equal to use state, then here let's type here newest. Then after this, const selected task, copy this and paste it here, set selected task is equal to use state, now value will be null. Then const show model comma set show model is equal to use state, value will be false. So in dashboard, let's copy this API base and after this paste it here. Then here make it array, task will be an empty array. Then task item, let's copy this const auth header and paste it here. Remove this auth, it will be only get headers. Now here add content type will be application/JSON. So now after this, let's type here const shorted pending task is equal to use memo and arrow function. Here let's type here const filtered is equal to task dot filter. Then in this t will be an arrow function. If t dot task dot not completed or type of t, that is task dot completed, is equal to string, and t dot completed dot to lowercase is equal to no, then return filtered dot short a comma b, and arrow function here if short by is equal to newest, so return new date, it will be b dot created at, then minus new date a dot created at. So if it's newest, then it will come first. Then if it's oldest, then return now new date. Let's copy this new date and paste it here. So it will be changed to a minus b dot created at. So it will return you the oldest. Now for priority, const order is equal to high will be 3, comma medium will be 2, and for low it will be 1. So in this, if it's high, it will be shown on top, and if it's low, it will be shown on bottom. So now after this, now let's type return order will be b dot priority to lowercase minus order a dot priority dot to lowercase. So it will give you the order for the priority, that is high, medium or low. Then pass task comma short by. So after this, shorted pending task dot length will be task will be shorted pending task dot length is not equal to 1 and s, then type needing your attention. So now after this div, let's create another div. Give class name will be layout classes dot short box. Then another div, give class name, it will be flex, item center, gap of 2, text gray 700, font will be medium. Then let's give an icon filter, give class name, width will be 4, height will be 4, text purple 500. Then here a span tag, give class name, text will be small. Let's type here short by. So now it's all present here. So now after this, give a space. So it has added a space here. So now after this, let's create a select tag. And in select tag, here value will be short by. Then on change, it will be event, and let's type here set short by event.target.value. Then here let's type class name layout classes dot select, and here option value will be newest. Here let's type here newest first. Then after this, let's copy this option tag and paste it 2 times. Change value to oldest and it will be changed to priority. Then here it will be best by priority, and here it will be oldest first. Then after this select tag, create a div tag, give class name layout classes dot tab wrapper. Then here let's type short option will be dot map function, option and arrow function. Let's create a button tag, give key will be option dot id, and on click create an arrow function, set short by will be option dot id. Then again give class name layout classes dot tap button. Then here short by is equal to option dot id. Then let's type here option dot icon and option dot label. So now it's present here, newest, oldest and priority. So now after this, let's create another div, give class name layout classes dot add box, and on click an arrow function, set show model will be true. So now after this, another div, give class name, it will be flex, item center, justify center, gap of 3, text gray 500, group hover, text purple 500, make it 600. Then turn transition colors, another div tag, give class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, rounded full, bg background will be white, flex, item center, justify center, shadow will be small, group hover, shadow will be medium. Then transition all, duration will be 200. So now let's give an icon plus, give class name text purple 500, size will be 18. So now after this, as you can see, it's present here. So now after this, create a span tag, give class name, font will be medium, add new task. So now it's written here. So now after this, create a div, give class name, space from y-axis will be 4. Now let's type here short pending task dot length is equal to 0. Then create a div, give class name layout classes dot empty state. In this another div, give class name max width will be extra small, mx auto, padding from y-axis will be 6. Div give class name, layout classes dot empty icon background. Then give icon clock and give class name, width will be 8, height will be 8, text purple 500. Then after this, let's create an h3 tag, give class name, text will be large, font will be semi bold, text gray 800, margin bottom will be 2. Now let's type here all caught up. Then after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be small, text gray 500, margin bottom will be 4. Now here let's type no pending task. Then great work. Then after this, let's create a button tag. In button tag, let's type on click and arrow function, set show model will be true. And after this, class name, and in class name, let's type layout classes dot empty button. Then type create new task. So after this, okay, so in else block, let's type here short pending task dot map function task and arrow function, and now type here task item, key will be task dot underscore id or task dot id. So now task is equal to task. Then let's copy task item, and here let's type here import task item from slash dot dot slash component slash task item. So now import task model from task model also. So now after this, let's type here, let's close this and let's type. Now it's working fine. So after this, here let's type here show completed checkbox, and on delete it will be an arrow function, I think. Let's create an arrow function, handle delete task will be dot id and task dot id. On toggle complete is equal to an arrow function, handle toggle complete. Then in this, let's type task dot underscore id or task dot id. Then after this, let's type t dot completed. So now here on edit is equal to an arrow function. Now type here set selected task will be task. Then here type set show model will be true. So now it's working fine. On refresh task. So now after this div, let's create task model. Is open will be not selected task or show model. Then on close it will be an arrow function, set show model will be false, and set selected task will be task null, then it will be null, and refresh task will be called here. So after this, task to edit will be set selected task and close this here. So now once we click on add, it will open this. Let's create a dummy task for this and let's create it. So it will be shown here. Once we delete, it's working fine. So now we won't, after this, once we have deleted all things, let's create a new task. and here let's give property and created. In dashboard it is shown here, in pending tasks it's empty. So once we click on edit and once we change any date, it will be changed here. Now in edit, once we change the title to something is new and add 2 more things, update, so it's done. Now if we change the priority, it changes also, and if we click on this, it will show the completion rate on the layout section. So now let me create for dummy task also. Dummy, then it will be select the date, so it will show 2 tasks, completion rate will be 50. So now let's create our complete page. So we don't need this get at the header, remove this and this, as we have done it that thing by using task model and task item. So after this, let's go and in complete page let's create div, give class name ct classes dot page. So after this, let's create header, div, give class name, it will be ct classes dot header, then again a div, give class name ct classes dot title wrapper. So these classes for ct classes, that is complete classes, are present here. This will be applied in complete page. So now let's copy the short option and paste it, put a comma and paste it here. So now after this, create a h1 tag, give class name ct classes dot title, and then let's create check circle, give class name text purple 500, width will be 5, height will be 5, for medium screen width will be 6 and height will be 6. Now close this icon. After this, a span tag, give class name turnkit, let's type here completed task. Then after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name ct classes dot subtitle. Then let's type here let's first create 2 states, that is task comma refresh task is equal to use state, use outlet context, and let's import context from React router DOM. Then const short by comma set short by will be is equal to use state, then here newest. After this, let's create const shorted complete task is equal to use memo, then create an arrow function, return will be task, then dot filter method, then task and arrow function. In true it will be 1 or it can be yes, then dot includes type of task dot completed is equal to string, then it will be task dot completed dot to lower case. After this, in else, let's type task dot completed. So basically in this we will filter that the task is completed by the values. Then dot short a comma b, and here let's create an arrow function, and here let's type a switch case, switch by short by, then case will be newest. Then in newest, let's type return new date will be b dot created at minus new date a dot created at. Then now here, then after this, let's remove this, and now after this let's type case. It will be oldest. Then here return new date. Let's copy this return statement and paste it here. Here change this A to B. Then after this case will be priority. Now in this let's type const order is equal to high will be 3. Now go to pendant task and copy this order and paste it here. So now after this same, copy this return statement and paste it here. So now after this here add a question mark to both the lower cases. Then after this in default case it will be return 0. So now let's pass here task comma short by. So now after this type sorted completed task. Let's copy this line and paste it here. Now here change this, and now let's type here marked as completed. So now after this let's copy the sorted completed task and paste it here and here. So now as you can see it's present here one task as marked as completed. So now after this div let's create short control. Then a div give class name ct classes dot short container. Then another div give class name ct classes dot short box. Then a div give class name ct classes dot filter label. Then after this give an icon filter, give class name width will be 4, height will be 4, text purple 500. Then create a span tag, give class name text will be extra small, for medium screen text will be small. Now let's type short by. Now after this div let's create our mobile drop down. Now create a select tag. In this value will be short by, and on change it will be e and arrow function short by event dot target dot value. So now after this give class name to the select tag ct classes dot select. Then after this let's type short option dot map function, option and arrow function, option. Let's create an option tag. Key will be option dot id, value will be option dot id. Now close this, and in this let's pass option dot label and option dot id is equal to newest. Then it will be first, else it will be empty. So now it's present here. So now after this let's create our desktop menu button, and div give class name ct classes dot button group. Then short options dot map function, options and arrow key, give button key will be option dot id. On click create an arrow function short by, set short by option dot id. Then here give class name, it will be ct classes dot button base, put a comma, short by is equal to option dot id. Then it will be ct classes dot button active, else it will be ct classes dot button inactive. So now after this, type dot join function by and space. Then in this, let's pass option dot icon and option dot label. So now as you can see, these options are present here, and for mobile view it's present also. So now let's go back, and after this div, let's create our task list. So create a div, give class name ctclasses dot list, then shorted completed task dot length is equal to 0. Then it will be a div, give class name ctclasses dot empty state, another div, give class name ctclasses dot empty icon wrapper. Then let's pass an icon circle check to give class name width will be 6, height will be 6. For medium screen it will be 8 for both height and width. Text purple 500. Now after this, let's create an heading tag, give class name ctclasses dot empty title, and this type no completed task yet. Then after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name ctclasses dot empty text. Now here let's pass complete some tasks and they will appear here. So now we have to give else case short completed task dot map function task and arrow function, and here let's type here task item will be key will be task dot MongoDB ID, else it will be task dot ID. Now after this, task will be task, then on refresh will be refresh task, then show complete checkbox is equal to false, and then give class name is equal to opacity will be 90, hover opacity will be 100, transition opacity text will be small, for medium screen text will be base. Now let's close this task item. So now it's present here, as you can see the completed task. Once we edit it, it gets edited. So now after this, once we edit some text here and change it, now update the date, now update, so it shows the updated date here. Once we delete, it got deleted. So everything is working fine. So let's check it. If we click outside, it shows not closes. So define a use state in navbar to close that thing by clicking outside. So use effect hook const handle click outside and arrow function event and arrow function, give here if menu ref dot current, and now not menu ref dot current dot contains event dot target. Now after this, type set menu open will be false, and here after this let's type document dot add event listener, mouse down, put a comma, handle click outside, then return an arrow function document dot remove event listener, mouse down, put a comma, handle click outside, put a comma, and it will be done one time. So now our project is complete. So now let's test it. So now first we will add some tasks here. It will be new task 2, give some description, fresh new task, and here select a date, select priority and save it. So it gets saved and this layout gets changes automatically. Once we add a task 3, give some details, task 3 select priority and date. So the completion rate and everything changes automatically. So the filter are working fine. So now after this, your completion rate is coming also. Now in pending, once we click here, it goes to completed task. So it's working also fine. Now profile. Now everything is working fine here. Now let's change to P. So it's working fine. Both sides it's got changed. Let's change it and make it hexagon again. So it's working fine here now. So after this, let's create another task, that is dummy task, and here in description let's type delete it. So now give date, and now here let's select some priority. It will be progress. So in today it will show this task when you select today's date. Then in completed it shows here once we have done it. Now here let's change this task and update it, so it gets updated here. Once we click on completed, it's get completed. So we have 100% completion rate till now. So by priority it will show high first, medium second, and low will be third. Oldest will be here and newest can be done by created at date. So now in dashboard, let's check it's responsive or not. So it is responsive for all the devices. It is responsive for any devices. As you can see, the task and setting, profile settings. Now here click on task flow. It is working fine. Once we click on this, it will take us to our website. So this is all working fine. So now after this, let's delete the task here, and it will get deleted and it will get automatically updated. Now here let's type task new. Here give some description ASAP, and here let's select some date and click save. So now in another Chrome, let's enter here our login details and click login. So here now, as you can see, here we have a task, but in this ID we don't have any task. So this functionality is working fine as well as. So now as well, and so now let's add a task new, give detail, complete ASAP. Select priority will be high and click completed. So now in MongoDB, let's check. We have this user here and task will be here with the owner ID provided here. We haven't seen this task as its owner ID is different. We have seen only these two tasks till now. So now after this, here click on completed task. So now this all functionality are working fine. So this will convert it to true as completed is true. So this will be all. Stay tuned for more. Thanks for watching.